Council, Tuesday, September 6th. City Clerk, please take the roll.
Mayor Clark. Mayor Pro Tem Brinkman.
Here.
Councilmember Cernanik.
Present.
Councilmember Cole.
Here.
Councilmember Stallman.
Here.
Councilmember Taylor.
Present.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Here.
Rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Okay, do we have any changes to the agenda?
I do. I'd like to move to exchange 8B with 8A. So we have the ordinance on the National Electric Code before we have the ordinance on the lighting requirements.
Any objections? Okay, we'll make that change. Any other changes?
Yes, if you please. On item number 15, regarding the executive session, would like to add a personnel item with attorney-client privilege.
Okay, any objections to that? Okay, we'll make that change. At this time, I would like to introduce a special guest this evening. Our city manager, Michael Penny, will take, our new city manager, Michael Penny, will take office on October 3rd, and he's here this evening to observe our meeting. So if you don't mind, stand up and let everybody welcome you.
You may want to reconsider after. Keep your options open, Michael.
And I think everyone knows, our current city manager, Jim Woods, is retiring. His final day will be September 30th, but we are having a reception on, I'm going to get the date, September 23rd, which is a Friday from 3 to 5, and it'll be in the community center, and the entire community is welcome to come and say your farewells to Jim. He'll stay in Littleton, but he'll be not living in the city center anymore. Okay, minutes. Minutes from August 9th. Any changes? Okay, minutes are approved. Minutes from August 16th.
I have, whoops, go ahead, Jim.
Jim?
On page 9, under item 308 and 309, I was giving the Littleton Housing Authority report, and the wait list was closed because we have too many people on the waiting list for affordable housing.
Okay, any other changes?
Yes. Let me scribble what he just said. On page 4, I have a question. On line 128, actually that sentence, so let me read the whole sentence. Mayor Clark stated, the OEC study set rural trail mark response times at 13.3 minutes, which are under, excuse me, next line. South Metro has completed a standard of coverage study which set the standard for urban, suburban, and rural communities' response times at over 15 minutes. I believe the over 15 applies just to the rural community?
It does. I looked it up right before the
Okay.
meeting,
So-
and it does apply to just rural from the South Metro study.
So maybe we should say which set the standard for all three of those, and then with rural community response times at over 15 minutes. Is that okay with everybody?
Was that what Karen said?
Yes, I went back and listened to
Okay.
it.
Thank you.
Bruce?
I'd actually given part of this, but then I'd read the rest of it again here to Wendy. Line 144 and 145, I think technically it should be, I think I'd ask the citizens opposed to the proposed lighting ordinance, not the ordinance repeal, basically provide at the public hearing more specific direction in terms of actionable items they're proposing to be changed. And I had given most of that to Wendy. But I think it should be get rid of the word repeal, though, I think, at the end.
I'll take that out.
Okay, any more changes? Okay, those will be approved with changes. Minutes from August 23rd. Seeing no changes, those are approved. And the minutes from August 30th.
I do. On page 2, under line 34, you need to show me as being absent. You left me out of the ayes, but you didn't put me in the nays or absence either.
Okay, any other changes? Those are approved with changes. City manager, do we have some new city employees?
Mayor Pro Tem, I do have some, and but first I'd like to break protocol a little bit tonight. As you know, we typically introduce new employees to you, but I wanted to mention an employee that we lost just last week, Don Menzies, who was our parking enforcement officer for many, many years, had undergone a pretty lengthy fight with cancer, and finally didn't make it and passed away last week. Don was an Air Force Air Force veteran, 25 years, I believe, and he and I used to kind of exchange war stories about some of the snippy officers that we had known in the Air Force. But a very, very nice guy, very well liked. I didn't have a chance to attend the services, but he was buried at Fort Logan, and Chief Coogan tells me that there was a really a large turnout on a very hot day, which I think just shows the affection and respect that all of the officers had for Don. So our heart goes out to Don and his family, and he'll be very, very much missed, and just wanted to pass that on to you. I do have some people. I've got some names. I got to meet a couple of them, so I don't know if all of you are here, but if you're here, when I call out your name, if you just stand so the council can kind of get put a name with a face. Christy Moran. Christy, are you here? Oh, Christy. Okay. Christy Moran is our new part-time weekend receptionist at the museum. I don't know why we pay anybody to do this. I don't know. They should be paying us, I think. Christy's a Colorado native, and now that her children are grown and after a hiatus of almost 7 years, Christy's excited to be returning to the Littleton Museum. So welcome back, Christy. Stacy Hooper. Stacy's our new rental housing inspector. Stacy was born and raised in Littleton. She was previously worked as a temporary housing inspections administrative coordinator. And for those, council, you've been briefed on our rental housing program. This is really, it's not a real high-profile program, but it's absolutely essential to maintaining the quality of life in Littleton. And you've seen some good results of that. So we're happy to have Stacy join the team full-time. She's a proud mom of her 10-year-old daughter. Ruth Abbott. Ruth is a part-time combination inspector with our building inspection division. She's lived in Colorado for 32 years, and she was the first woman electrical inspector hired by the city and county of Denver in 1999, so a trailblazer. She's worked for Littleton as a contract part-time inspector since 2009. She's an avid golfer and enjoys spending time with her family and 2 grandsons, and her husband, if you want to just introduce him real quick, is here. Don, yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here. Jim Lurkey. Jim, are you here? Oh, hey, okay. Jim is a new grounds maintenance person. He's originally from St. Paul, Minnesota. He moved to Colorado after visiting a friend who attended DU. He chose to stay in Colorado and has now lived here for 12 years. And Jim, I have a daughter practicing law in St. Paul, so I know why you moved to Colorado. So, thanks for being here. Marta Soderberg. Marta? Oh, great. She's our part-time children's librarian. She and her husband moved from Seattle to Gunnison originally, and eventually moved to Littleton in 1993, where her husband was a teacher at Littleton High School. They have 2 grown children who attended Littleton Public Schools and love it here. And everybody knows that Bemis Library is one of the busiest places in the city. So you're going to be a very busy lady, and it's a great program. And then Sam Huffschmidt. Sam, there you are. Sam is a new entry-level police officer. He moved to Littleton at age 2. He's a Marine Corps vet. And he's working on a degree in criminal justice. He enjoys volunteer work and is a huge sports fan of every Colorado sports team. And we're very proud of the quality of young officers that we continue to attract to the Littleton PD. And Sam, we're very pleased and appreciative to have Sam join our team. So these are new people for our city team, and happy to introduce them to the City Council.
Welcome. Certainly, you're all welcome to stay for the meeting, but you will not be docked if you do decide to leave. Next, we have a guest citizen. I'd like Mr. Taylor to read that information.
Thank you. Libby, would you join us down here in the center? This evening, the Littleton City Council is pleased to recognize Libby Bortz as the recipient of the National Association of Housing and Redevelopment Officials Colorado Outstanding Commissioner Award. Libby was recognized at a ceremony at an annual conference on May 19th. Libby has been a driving force with the Littleton Housing Authority since before the agency was established. Back in the late 1960s, she and a group of citizens in Littleton began to investigate affordable housing. As a result of their efforts, LHA was created in 1971, and Bortz began her service as a commissioner. She has since served as chairperson and provided valuable insight, good judgment, and direction to the Littleton Housing Authority for 40 years. Bortz has lived a lifetime of service and achievement. Professionally, she is a licensed certified social worker and earned a bachelor's degree in public health from the University of Michigan and a master's of social work from the University of Denver. In 1994, after 24 years of outstanding service, the Littleton Housing Authority Board named the new 111-unit building the Libby Bortz Assisted Living Center. Among her numerous accomplishments, Libby's been recognized by the Littleton Independent as Outstanding Citizen of the Year, received the President's Award from the Colorado Clinical Society of Social Work for Outstanding Social Worker, and the University of Denver Graduate School of Social Work as Outstanding Alumni. Her leadership extends to service on dozens of boards, committees, and commissions. The Littleton City Council extends sincere congratulations to Libby for the National Association of Housing and Redevelopment Officials Colorado Outstanding Commissioner Award and its appreciation for the time and commitment she's given to improve the lives of hundreds of Littleton citizens. Thank you, Libby.
Thank you.
Libby, you're allowed to say something if you would like to. Why do you got this
Jim, you're supposed to know better than that.
I would like to thank the city for giving me the opportunity to implement something that my parents taught me. They said, first you take care of your family, but next you take care of the community. And you've allowed me to participate in some wonderful things here. We're proud of the work the Littleton Housing Authority has done, and I thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you. Chief Coogan?
Good evening, Council. I'm here this evening to present an award, and I want to tell you a little bit about this. We recently added a challenge coin to the Littleton Police Department, and this coin carries our badge on it and our patch on the back. We're very proud of this. I want to tell you a little bit about a challenge coin and start with that, and then tell you about the heroic act that Wendy here performed to assist us. A challenge coin is a small coin or medallion, usually military, bearing an organization's insignia or emblem and carried by the organization's members. They're given to prove membership when challenged and to enhance morale. While challenge coins originated in the military, they are becoming extremely popular with police departments, fire departments, and fraternal organizations as an excellent means of team building and to create a sense of brotherhood or belonging. Many feature a patron saint, a badge, or a representative equipment. The coins are typically to be carried on persons at all times in case they are challenged to prove their membership in an organization. In today's culture, they are also used as rewards for outstanding service or performance of duty. Having a coin is an honor as it symbolizes belonging to an elite organization. At Littleton, what we have done is given a coin to every officer, and we ask the officers that if they experienced a special act of heroism, something from the community, that officer could pull their coin from their pocket and reward that citizen and recognize them right at that time. Since we started the program, we've already had 3 acts of heroism in the community, and Wendy was first. So let me tell you a little bit about what Wendy did. She received the first coin from a Littleton officer. The men and women of the Littleton Police Department gratefully acknowledge your quick thinking in response to a truck fire outside the Baja Fresh on August 4th of 2011. You noticed a truck was smoking and beginning to catch fire. You quickly grabbed the restaurant fire extinguisher and ran to the truck, handing the extinguisher to the vehicle's owner. He then put out the fire, saving his truck, which was full of all of his personal property. This owner was extremely grateful to Wendy because it was all that he had for his business in that truck, and it was going up in flames very quickly. Your commitment and willingness to assist with this unfortunate incident exemplifies the special spirit you proudly show the community. On behalf of the Littleton Police Department, we sincerely thank you and commend your heroic efforts in the award of the Littleton Police Challenge Coin by Officer Jeff Johnson. So I give you, Wendy, here, our first heroic citizen that came to aid that was rewarded with a challenge coin from the Littleton Police Department. There you go, Wendy. Thank you. Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you.
Thank you for your actions, Wendy.
And seeing no scheduled public appearances, do we have any unscheduled public appearances? If you're here to speak on either one of the public hearings that we have this evening, please hold your comments until the public hearing portion of those items. If you're here to speak on any other issue, you can come down. Please give us your name and address, and you have 4 minutes to speak.
We have Buna De Hall, who would like to speak to council this evening.
Okay.
Let's see. Cool. Thank you. Thank you very much for sizing it to my size, because a lot of people are taller than I am. Okay. Right this way?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Right
Thank you. As Jose said, my name is Buna Dahal. I know for many of our leaders in the community, I'm not a new face, but I could be a new face too. I have been associated with the city of Littleton, it's hard to believe it, for 12 years. And when I saw Jim Woods this evening, and he said, when we heard you left the Center for the Blind, it broke our heart. But also when I found out Jim is retiring, I felt a similar way. Oh my God, how the city would do without Jim Woods. It won't be the same. But I totally understand when Jim said it touched my heart too. But when the time comes, we all have to strive for a new change. And that's what I did. So today, I am here briefly to talk about American spirit. I know when public appears in meetings like this, especially a citizen with disability, there might be a notion, what do they want? Or what will they be complaining about? I'm not here to complain. I'm not here to criticize. I'm not even here to ask for anything. I'm here to share a moment of my life with the title of American Spirit. And I know I have less than 4 minutes to create a beautiful picture of my journey. I came to this country called the United States of America almost 21 years ago from the country called Nepal. I'm sure many of you know it, the home of Mount Everest. When I came to this country 21 years ago, I could hardly speak. I remember during one of my swimming class, my teacher said, kick your feet, but all he said was kick. I thought he said kiss. I would stand by the pool and not act anything. I'm not going to kiss. I'm not going to kiss. I had been in the States by then for 2 months. It was around Thanksgiving break. I realized, oh, my teacher meant to kick my feet, not to kiss. I said, thank you, God. I didn't act what he said. But in almost 21 years of my life living in the United States, today I have my own consulting business called Dynamic Pune. I provide professional development, dynamic speaking, and dynamic training in the area of leadership, employment, accessibility, and diversity. At the same time, living in the U.S. as an international student and really to figuring out how to establish myself in this country, even though I came from Nepal, but I always felt I'm an American. Because in America, what color, what gender, what race, what ethnicity, it doesn't matter. It's the spirit we carry, which is go-getter's attitude. Don't let someone else tell you what you can't do, but we go out and make our dreams come true because of leaders and the citizens who believe in others and give opportunities. I slaved for 16 years to establish myself as a permanent resident in the United States. I always had a dream that I'm not going to take shortcuts. I'm not going to do the other way. I'm going to establish my residency on my own merit. That took 16 years, but I did it. But another news I wanted to share with the city and the citizens and the leaders. Within those 21 years of my life, the last 12 years, I have been very closely associated with the city of Littleton. It's an irony. About 4 years ago, I never thought I would meet my future husband in the city, one of the city offices. I had gone to Bemis Public Library probably over 1,000 times in my career working in the city for the Colorado Center for the Blind. One of the magical days, I met my husband, who is sitting in the audience today. So, what else can I say? What city has given to me? But more than that, the spirit we share. Thus, on September 21st, 21 years and a week after my arrival in the United States, I will be taking my interview for the U.S. citizenship, and I better pass that test so I can take oath to become a U.S. citizen in this country in 21 years. But more than that, not only I will become a U.S. citizen, but I will also become a proud resident of Littleton. Again, it comes back to that American spirit. As JFK said, ask not what your country can do, but ask what you can do for your country. For providing and establishing programs like Littleton Immigration Resource Centers and many, many other programs which give hand up to citizens, not the handouts. Thank you again, the leaders, for supporting incredible programs like the LIRC. And again, I feel like carrying that American spirit every day, living in the U.S. and living in Littleton. It's a morning again in America, no matter where we go, what we do, because there's always a moment to cherish, because there is a challenge and an opportunity to strive for. Thank you very much.
Buna was born blind, and she's been blind all her life, never had an opportunity to look at the world as we do. And with a spirit like that, I can't help thinking she'll get to do about anything she wants to do. Thank you, Buna.
Thank you, Buna.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I have a special request. Give me a second. That was so moving. And I would like, if we could, to transcribe what she said and put it in our minutes, rather than having people have to go onto the website to hear. I thought that was a telling tribute. Sorry. Could we do that?
Carol?
I'm Carol Breezak, and I live in the 4th District. I've got a couple of things tonight. One, I had an experience this morning that it was very, very frightening, and I'm not sure. It probably won't happen again. It probably happened to a few other people this morning, but I was driving north on Broadway coming in from Highlands Ranch to turn west on Mineral, and there's a lot of construction going on, and in the island there, some of the construction guys were spreading out the plastic sheeting and just standing in the road. So I was making my left-hand turn onto Mineral, and I get halfway into the intersection, and I'm headed right for this guy. And I don't know if he saw me or if he just didn't care. So I don't know if there's a rule in the city that says when they're in the streets like that, they need to have cones up, but it could have been a very bad day for both him and for me. The other subject I wanted to bring up tonight was the marketing report, which I was watching at home last week. And frankly, I was disappointed with the report. I'm not sure what it was that I was expecting, but I think I was looking for something wild and wonderful that we just couldn't resist implementing. But I found it boring and simple. They lost their credibility early on in their presentation when they lumped LPS as part of Littleton, trying to get LPS's logo to look more like the city of Littleton or vice versa. So I'm kind of wondering if they really did their homework. Most presentations generally start with some kind of an introduction that explain what it is that they are going to be addressing, what question are they responding to, what is the purpose of the presentation. And what I got is that it was a class project rather than a specific marketing question that the city had asked and we were looking for an answer. One of the recommendations that was made actually over and over and over again was the need to update the city's website. I don't think there was anybody in the room or even at home watching that didn't know that already. the city's website has come a long way, and I frankly felt a little bad for Kelly Nardi and for Kathy Weaver because they have worked so hard to get the website where it's more informative, and we've got more information on the website, which the kids that made the presentation, they acknowledged that and talked about how difficult it is to navigate. But I also know that Kelly has come to the council in the years past for some money to get the website updated, and it hasn't been granted. So I thought it was kind of an unfair criticism of our website. And saying that, I really would like to see it updated. So when you guys get into your budget talks, if you can't find $50,000, I have a good suggestion for you. My suggestion would be to eliminate the charitable contribution that you make with the taxpayers' money and use that to update the website. I think the point that I'm trying to make is that you can update the website. The money is available if you look for it, and I don't think you have to cut personnel. It's just a matter of priorities. The other part about the study that kind of soured me, I guess, sitting home watching it, is the portion on the Google Analytics. We have a BIA department here in this building that's, as far as I'm concerned, they pretty much walk on water in what they do for businesses. I've sat down with them, and they've told me how I can use Google Analytics for my own business, and I'm sure that they know how to use it for the city's website, and I'm sure they have a whole lot more tools in their toolbox than what we heard at the presentation. So it makes me wonder if this group even talked to the Business and Industry Affairs Department. Anyway, I might have missed something, and so the purpose of me being here tonight is to ask what was the purpose of the study, what were the questions or individual question that it was responding to. I've talked to a few other people who have read the report and saw the meeting and have asked them, and they didn't get it either. So I think it needs to be, well, I need it to be spelled out for me. I'm wondering if there was some kind of an agreement with the DU classroom that would have these things spelled out so that I could get access to it and read it for myself. And then that just leads me to a couple of other questions. I guess one of the questions was if there was a written agreement, and where can I get a copy, and what happens to the study now, and will it be used, and if so, how? So I was hoping that we might get a little answer tonight. If not, I would like to know who might be getting back in touch with me.
Yeah, Carol, I think the orientation of the study was sort of what came out of the council workshop from February of 10. And we talked about marketing in a broad sense. The basic construction was, is there a better way to tell the Littleton story? After that, the charge, I think, to Councilmember Cernanek and I was to go back and do some investigatory work as to what next steps might be. And through that process, we were able to engage DU. I'm trying to remember, and I don't know where Kelly's not here tonight, I thought we did have certainly some documentation where we talked about it, and it was teed up as basically being a marketing audit. It is what are we doing today? What are some things that they were seeing that they might help us do, that they could communicate to us that would be essentially feedback for doing what we're trying to do in terms of telling our story to businesses, to people who are interested, citizens, visitors, as they suggested, in a more effective manner. There wasn't, I guess there will be the report distributed. Essentially, we're trying to, I think, figure out what we do with it next. So part of the feedback at the end of the last meeting was Kelly Nardi coming in and council saying, well, can you come back with a plan to basically help us, see what you guys would want to do with the website. And then she mentioned there was the $50,000 that was actually in the preliminary budget for website redevelopment. Does that help?
Not really.
Okay.
But if it's going to come back before council on an agenda, that would be great. I'll be watching for it. If it's not going to make it in front of council and there's going to be some more interaction with the document itself, I would like to be notified.
I don't know if absolutely. Essentially, the plan, I think, is to take it, and I don't know that I'd say it was maybe it would have been great if it would have been something we could have automatically implemented directly, but I think given all the stakeholders involved, ideally, the intent was at a minimum to put a stake in the ground and get the juices flowing and try to figure out what we do see, what are some next steps, what are some dialogue and some conversation, not to solve the problem in its entirety, but to raise it to the level of consciousness where certain next steps can take place.
You don't have to answer this.
Sure.
You said solve the problem. That's what I want to know. What is the problem?
I think the problem is how do we do a better job of giving Littleton a better competitive advantage when it comes to communicating broadly, communicating value to the citizens, communicating value to visitors wherever they may be from, and certainly making it additionally advantageous as a supplement to BIA and to the economic gardening program to help businesses understand what a great place it is to locate and conduct business in the city. That's essentially the charge, or the concept, I guess. Phil, you want to,
I was going to say, there was no what I would call formal written agreement. What was circulated to the council before they undertook the class that the council had an opportunity to respond to was the class description itself, and it basically ended up being split into two pieces, and you may have heard the students talk about it in part. One was the marketing audit that was the course done by Dr. Johnson, and then the second course was the one that was facilitated by Dr. Myers, recognizing the courses are a little bit different than what my graduate school experience was, because these were entirely done online, so it's a new experience on that side. So some of the students were not meeting each other until maybe the day before even they were presenting to council. And so, but if you're looking for the written agreement, it was the original class descriptions that we had an opportunity to comment on as a council.
And so two things. We didn't, as Phil said, we didn't enter into an agreement of what the outcome would be. We did know they wanted a government entity to do an audit on. So this was, in a sense, a courtesy to them, and that whatever they found out from their audit, whatever they thought they found out, that they then would present to us. And we did direct Kelly and Kathy both, I think, to analyze the large document. We just got small documents so far, but there is a much larger document with a lot more feedback in it to see what, if anything, Kelly and staff would recommend to council out of that. And already we know, even apart from that, that there is a request for money in the budget for the website, which from the get-go in the student class, that was one of the things they really focused on, that they thought had issues. So if we get something out of this, it's kind of a bonus. But we at least gave the class a venue to explore, to audit a government.
Yeah, Carol, ultimately, we had, and I don't want to, we'll let this thing go, but we were sort of excited about it. Essentially, we did pitch them on the whole concept of marketing in the public sector that they created the class for and used Littleton as a test case. But the whole point of the thing, marketing in a general sense, is how do you convey or help your customers see or get value from what it is you're offering. So in our case, customers are citizens, visitors, and businesses. So how do we do a better job collectively of helping them understand, appreciate, and get more value out of their experience with the city of Littleton and the things that the municipality offers. So, I mean, I guess that would maybe be the problem statement as far as the way you asked the question.
Let me just, for the record, comment about Carol's issue about the safety issues down there. We'll talk with that contractor, Carol. Usually, that's a pretty experienced contractor, and we have a good relationship with them, but we'll have Charlie or somebody will go down there. You know, they're getting right close to the end of that. Sometimes they get in a hurry, but thank you for bringing that to our attention, and we'll make sure we bring that to that contractor's attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mark?
Michael Rogers, 9839 South Johnson Way in the Trailmark neighborhood. I am also the president of the Trailmark Metropolitan District. I'm going to take you back 3 weeks ago, I believe, to the August 16th City Council meeting. I was unable to attend that meeting as the Metro District was having their regular meeting that evening. I did, however, view the City Council meeting, and I was provided a copy of the presentation that Andrew Tornatsky presented to you. You might remember he's the gentleman that the interior of his house was destroyed by fire. He showed you a few pictures, a letter from his daughter. I'd like to respond to a few things that he said during that presentation and correct a few items that were said by Andrew and provide a clearer response to a question that Councilman Stallman asked Andrew. First, I'd like to say that the Trailmark community supports Mr. Tornatsky in his efforts to rebuild, the interior of his home that was lost to fire, I believe, on June 7th. Damage to one's home and sense of loss is truly a difficult thing. Everyone's relieved that no one was injured in that fire, and the community does wish him the best as he rebuilds his home and his home life. As I mentioned, the last City Council meeting, he raised several points that I feel that I need to address. He explained that he, and this is a quote from him, that he wanted to float a trial balloon within Trailmark, that there are funds available to build something, including a fire station with a pool and a rec center. I find it curious that Mr. Tornatsky decided that this was the time to mix a public safety issue with a 2 to 3 year old issue inside of Trailmark regarding a pool and a community center. He goes on to state that there's significant, he says we already have significant support in our community for building a pool. He follows that with that we should use the common area available and build what he calls a substation, which we know there is no such thing, a fire station, and that the combo idea of a clubhouse, a pool, and a fire station would garner more support. Mr. Stallman, you followed that series of statements from Mr. Tornatsky with a comment, and I'm going to paraphrase, I don't have it directly, but it was something to the effect that does the Metro District have funds that were collected via tax dollars that were earmarked for the community center and pool project that could possibly be used towards a capital project, including maintenance and operations. I believe that was the gist of your statement. Based on that exchange and the direct reference to the business of the Trailmark Metro District, I feel as the president of the Metro District, it's my responsibility to clarify. For the record, Mr. Tornatsky does not speak for the Trailmark Metropolitan District. What he did say at your last meeting doesn't correctly represent the funding support of the Trailmark community. Mr. Tornatsky does not hold a position on the board and never has, nor has he been active with the board, so I'm unsure where he's getting all of this information. Again, the president, I'd like to set the record straight that on several of the points that he made. First, as I said before, the community's public safety and the ISO rating that we have been coming down here for 8+ weeks to talk about and the community center and pool are very different issues. Mr. Ternaski's comments on the evening of August 16th suggest there is current support and funding from the Trailmark Metropolitan District and the community of Trailmark to move forward with a combination fire station, pool, and clubhouse idea. I'd like the council to understand the following. There are no funds available that we collected via tax dollars that were ever designated for a pool and community center or for any other capital project. The funds Mr. Ternaski may be referring to may be the dollars that the previous Trailmark Metropolitan District Board collected over and above the amount necessary to operate the district and cover the debt that the district currently has. Those dollars were never publicly earmarked for a pool and a community center. Based on the community input, those dollars are now being reimbursed through reduced mills over a period of time. In addition, the community voted not to tax themselves for a community center and pool in a Tabor initiative that took place in November of 2009. That vote was defeated by over a 70% margin. As a result, in December of 2010, the current Trailmark Metropolitan District Board voted unanimously not to move forward with that project. The money, the overtaxed dollars that were sitting there were not enough to build the improvement alone. And as mentioned, since then the community has decided to use those dollars to pay existing debt down and reduce future mills. Lastly, the community center pool project was decided not to move forward because there was no common area available, as Mr. Ternaski states in his presentation. The Metro District doesn't own any land out there. We haven't been given permission from the city of Littleton to use any of that land out there. And the previous board did not secure that land prior to going down the road of building a community center and pool, which was located at the Jefferson County School site out there. I'd like to point out that Trailmark does have a parcel of land already designated for a fire station near our entrance. And if the city would like to explore ideas to develop that parcel, the Trailmark Metropolitan District would be willing to also explore if there would be an appropriate role to play on behalf of the Trailmark community as a taxing entity within the city. I'd like to make it clear again that Mr. Ternaski is not an elected official of the Trailmark Metro District. He does not speak for the Trailmark Metro District, or nor has he been given permission to speak for the Trailmark Metro District. If Mr. Ternaski or any other resident of the Trailmark would like to understand how the Metro District operates and its funding issues, they can come to our regularly scheduled meeting. They can email us, and we have coffee at the playground meetings on Saturdays, various times during the summer. He can come to those. If the council has any questions regarding Trailmark District funds or operations, and I have sat down with several of you in the past, you can contact me directly, or you can email us at board@tmmd.org. Finally, I understand that Mr. Woods will be presenting some options for Trailmark Fire Service. I'm truly hoping that none of these options include any of the funds that Mr. Ternaski said were available to build a fire station. I will reserve the remainder of my comments for a future council meeting based on your comments this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Anybody else? Okay. We'll move on to consent agenda. And consent agenda items can be adopted by a simple motion. All ordinances and resolutions must be read by title prior to a vote on the motion. Any consent agenda item may be removed at the request of a council member. Consent agenda item A, 7A. Suzanne, would you please read?
This is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Littleton, Colorado, as the governing body of the City of Littleton Fire Department Permit and Plan Review Enterprise, authorizing fees for fire department permits and plan reviews.
I'd like to pull that one, please.
Okay, that one's pulled. 7B.
This is an ordinance of the City of Littleton, Colorado, adding City Code Section 9-1-5 related to unauthorized parking on private property.
Okay. 7C.
This is an ordinance of the City of Littleton, Colorado, amending Title III, Chapter 2 of the Alcoholic Beverages Code.
7D.
This is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Littleton, Colorado, authorizing the approval of the 2011 Arapahoe County Community Development Block Grant Program subgrantee agreement for the North Neighborhood Sidewalks Project.
And 7E.
And 7E is a simple motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
To approve incorporation of the Enzer property into the South Platte Park.
Madam Chairman, I move that we approve consent agenda items 7B, 7C, 7D, and 7E.
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Councilmember Cernanek and seconded by Councilmember Cole.
The vote is 6 in favor. The motion's approved.
Okay, Councilman Taylor, you pulled 7A.
I pulled 7A because I want to vote no, and I did not want it part of the consent agenda.
Okay. 7A is a resolution adopting a revised fee schedule for fire department permits and plan reviews. City Council adopted the first fire permit fee schedule in January 2002. That schedule was revised in April of 2005. Last year, the Finance Department started a review of fees throughout all city departments. As part of that review, the fee schedules of neighboring fire service agencies were thoroughly compared to the existing Littleton fee schedule, and the results showed that Littleton fees were below those of our neighboring fire agencies, and to maintain the policy of being in the mid-range of fees, an increase of approximately 25% was appropriate. Council, do I have a motion?
I'll move the resolution authorizing the fire permit and plan review fee schedule be approved.
Second.
Peggy seconds. Discussion?
I just think this is an inappropriate time to be raising fees like that. So that it's a 25% is a huge increase in 1 year.
Further discussion?
Do you have any, I mean, Jim, do you want, is there, if this is too much, would you want to amend the numbers downward?
No.
Okay.
It would be an exercise in futility, Bruce.
Okay.
Council ready to vote?
The vote is 4 in favor, with Councilman Taylor and Councilman Trujillo voting no. The motion's approved.
Okay. So based on the change on the agenda, we will now go to our public hearing, 8B, ordinance on second reading, adopting the 2010 National Electric Code with a, 2011.
Council, the city's Director of Codes and Inspections, Jim Thielen, will present this item to you tonight.
And this is an ordinance of the City of Littleton, Colorado, adopting by reference the 2011 edition of the National Electric Code with amendments published by the National Fire Protection Association.
Good evening, Council. The ordinance before you tonight provides for the adoption of the 2011 National Electric Code. And over the years, we've talked about different code changes that have occurred, and we've really never talked about what's the electric code all about. It kind of occurred to me that, you know, we've talked about arc fault protection, we've talked about ground fault protection, we've talked about holiday lighting, we've talked about tamper-proof outlets, we've talked about wire sizing, we talked about all kinds of things, but what all of these have in common really has to do with fire safety, and it has to do with personal protection against electrocution. And it dawned on me finally after all these years that this is all accomplished through grounding. And when I look at all the changes that, you know, that occur in the code, there are so many that just all deal with grounding, which is nothing but taking electrical current that might be caused through electrical shock or fraying wires and taking it right into the ground where it can be dissipated. And all, we'll hear continually for the next, all the code changes that will come up in the future, we're going to be hearing about the same things, the arc fault protections. And that's because we find new locations where these are necessary in order to protect people from electrical shock or increased fire safety. Kind of a different approach that I've ever taken with you before as far as why we do things rather than what the changes are all about. If council has any questions, I'll try and answer those.
Any questions? Jim?
Well, I'll just make a comment, Jim. I understand why we do this. We cannot be an island among everybody in the state of having a different code for electrical contractors to do work in the city, and I understand that. However, I think with each new adoption that we do, it's a more cost to the homeowner, to the builder, to do business in this city as well as every other city. I don't know what we do about it, but every time we adopt one of these new codes, it costs more money to get a permit to go ahead and do what they've been able to do in the past. And I'm not going to vote against this because, as I said, I think we can't be an island out there, but I am going to express my opinion that I don't like it.
Can I address that?
Mm-hmm.
Just say thank you very much, Jim. You appreciate Mr. Taylor's opinion, which
your comments,
which he's expressed every year that he's been on the council.
That's true.
And he's been very consistent.
That's true.
There you go. Good job, Jim.
Yes, sir.
Jim, and similarly to Councilmember Taylor, I know that we can't be an island in the midst of this, and but in the process of coming up with the code revisions that are here and going through that, there is concern that not enough contractors or builder input is actually provided in the process as to how complex sometimes these requirements may or may not be. And I know I made the comment at first reading hoping that we'd get some contractor input in the process. And so I'll put that question back out on the table is, to what extent have we talked to contractors, builders? How much is the impact in costs to a building or such?
Yeah, I don't know if you can ever come up with a specific increase. The electric code is different than any of the other codes because of all of the entities that vote on the changes. All of the electrical contractors are provided training. Matter of fact, they are required to have continuing education and actually pass a test when their license is up for. There's all kinds of educational opportunities for those contractors to find out, what's new in the codes and so forth. Do we get people that will actually participate in our code adoptions? I don't think that, in all the years that I've been presenting these to councils that we've had very, very little participation.
And I would ask in future code revisions, maybe reaching out to those folks, whether it's when they're coming through the permit process that are, folks that are doing that or have licenses with or through the city in conjunction, that we at least solicit input. Whether we receive it or not is a second question, but at least be in a position where we can solicit their thoughts. If they're going through the training on this, they probably do have an opinion. I can't imagine my dad's much handier than I am, and he usually has an opinion. And he had to go through a licensing process because he had several rental properties in Cleveland, Ohio. If you have rental properties and you want to do things on your own property, you actually have to be licensed to do that. So I know that he had thoughts on changes that were made, and he was usually expressing some of those. So I would think that some folks might welcome at least the question.
when we'll be coming to you in the next 12 to 18 months with all the new building codes and so forth, and we will make it known that the public hearing is going to be, and encourage people to attend that.
Thank you.
I do have a question on that. How will you notify people?
Well, we have the notices that appear on our website, and then in the library and City Hall and so forth, notifying people that there will be a public hearing.
Council, well, you can do it. We could do a study session on this if you want more education on this, but just to broaden it a little bit, what Jim's missing out here is the International Conference of Building Officials, which works on a national basis. And so every city in the state of Colorado is doing this. They interact with the Contractors Association and so forth. So there is a pretty good interaction going on out there. And so we hear you. We can make a little extra effort here. I think in my time here, we've had a very good relationship. Most of the contractors who come here, quite frankly, find it a pleasure to work in Littleton. But and I think Jim is very sensitive to that and listening to them when they have concerns. There is more of a national dialogue that goes on with the ICBO and the Contractors Association. So it's not like it's done in a vacuum. But we can provide you a little bit more information just to assure you that there is some outreach going on. And as Jim said, when the next major update comes, we can provide you information to assure you that that's been done.
Yeah, in mine, I didn't at all think it was being done in a vacuum. And after the response, and you said, there's an association. I mean, if we reach out to an association, then we would hope they spread the word. So
Every year we go to the Home Builders Association conference meeting, and we talk to them about the new building codes, and we talk to them about changes that are coming up. So we try and do an outreach to the home builders.
Thank you.
Council, any other discussion? Have a motion?
Public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a public hearing. I have no one on the roster to speak. But if anybody would like to come down and address the issue, you're welcome. Seeing no one, get a motion to close the public hearing.
I move the public hearing be closed in the 2011 National Electric Code with amendments to be approved on second and final reading, that the ordinance be published in full by posting at the Littleton Center, Bemis Library, the Municipal Courthouse, and on the City of Littleton website, and the council president be authorized to affix his signature thereto.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve the ordinance on second reading adopting the 2011 National Electric Code with amendments and providing penalties for violations. Ready to vote?
The vote is 6 in favor. The motion's approved.
Okay, that takes us to item 8A, also a public hearing. And Suzanne?
This is an ordinance of the City of Littleton, Colorado, repealing Chapter 15 of Title 10 of the Littleton City Code and reenacting a new Chapter 15 pertaining to outdoor lighting requirements.
Council, Jan Dickinson, the city's principal planner, will present this item to you tonight.
It's nice to know that there's somebody out there shorter than me. Good evening, Council. I am going to, first of all, enter into the record an Exhibit A that I'm going to pass out to you, which is a revised suggested motion, and it is changes that are suggested by staff to the ordinance that you have in front of you tonight to address what we believe would address concerns that have come up from a few city council people in the last couple of days. I'll put some extras on the counter here for any public that would like.
Thank you.
First of all, we had some comments come up in the last, I came to work this morning after the holiday weekend and found a flurry of emails. So it looked like there's some concerns surfacing about shielding light fixtures and some of those issues. So I'm going to explain to you the handout I gave you that's our suggested changes. The yellow highlighted text indicates what is actually new that's different in this amendment compared to the ordinance that you actually have in your hand tonight that you were to consider. The first change, which is under shielding standards here, this language that I have added in is actually, with the exception of the architectural landscape accent lighting, all the text up to that point is straight out of our current code. Our current code currently requires light fixtures that have 2,000 lumens or greater to be fully shielded. It does allow non-fully shielded fixtures, but each of those have to be less than 2,000 lumens. And I just thought I'd point out with this little diagram that our current code and the proposed code I have still retain the same definition for fully shielded fixtures, which is pretty consistent amongst the MLO and IS and the other lighting codes that I've seen from municipalities and other counties. And it basically says that the light has to shine downward and not above. Let me try to demonstrate the horizontal line. This is a standard shielded light pole fixture. This is the horizontal line for the cutoff, and the light can't shine above that horizontal line. So that would be the fully shielded fixture. There's some confusion, I think, regarding this issue about a 45-degree restriction, because from the emails I read, it sounded like what was being asked for was a restriction that the angle of the light coming out down from this light fixture would not exceed 45 angles out. That's what I was interpreting that. That's a pretty severe restriction to require all the parking lot light poles to have that small of an angle. I mean, you would increase the number of lights that would be needed for that parking lot pretty greatly if you were to hold that kind of restriction to a pole light. The actual angle, our current code doesn't have that kind of restriction, and we weren't proposing that type of restriction. The actual angle of this light that comes out of this fixture is going to be determined by the proximity of the pole located to the property line, the foot candle reading at the property line that's restricted to the 1 foot candle trespass. And that's also going to determine, how high the pole is, because that's going to adjust how much light is angled out and angled in and whatever. So the 45-degree restriction that is in our current code and what I have proposed here in this amended code is basically dealing with a non-fully shielded light fixture that is basically a light that's mounted on the ground. We have some out front here that light the City of Littleton sign on the building. You'll see these kind of lights lighting signage on buildings or lighting a monument sign where they're not shielded because they are directed upwards, but our current code restricts them to be mounted so that they don't shine more than 45 degrees up. And that's clear as mud, but you'll see a lot of those kind of lights shining on a monument light or shining on a building light. We have them right out front here. In fact, I had to get those reoriented so they would meet our current code because some of them were kind of going both ways. But that's the 45-degree restriction. It's for light that's mounted on a building or on the ground, and it's restricting the angle of that light to 45 degrees so it doesn't shoot upwards.
A quick clarification, would that be the uplighting, what's referred to as uplighting, or is that different?
Well, Our current code doesn't allow, straight up lighting. It doesn't allow lighting to be any further up than the 45-degree angle. And we got, over the course of time, had a lot of requests from different architects and commercial property owners and stuff, and churches and whatnot that wanted to do some landscape or architectural accent lighting. That even though it was low wattage, it still wasn't permitted under our current code because it was shooting at a greater than 45-degree angle. And so that's why my first version that I had first presented to council in April at the study session had proposed the allowance of architectural and landscape accent lighting to exceed the 45-degree restriction. But I actually basically took this back out from that April 4th draft that you all had gotten in April and put that back in, because the draft that you have attached now to your council communication didn't prohibit any uplighting. So, but now that we're being asked by some council people to restrict the uplighting, I wanted to add that proposed amendment in to allow some amount of low voltage accent lighting and uplighting for accent landscaping purposes. And I have proposed some restrictions here where the individual, well, let me back up, a non-fully shielded light, which would include this ground light that could, light a wall or, oh, thanks, or a sign, that's restricted to less than 2,000 lumens. So I'm proposing that an accent light that wants to shoot straight up or at a greater angle than 45 degrees, that would be limited to no more than 800 lumens. And it would still have to be subject to the trespass sections of the code, and also possibly turned off at a time determined by the city. If it's a light that's right across if it's a church light, for instance, it's across the street from residential, or it's on the edge of the commercial, and there's a use across the street or adjacent to it that might be bothered by it later in the evening, as part of the approval on the plan, a curfew could be implemented. And then another type of non-fully shielded fixture our current code allows, and that I'm proposing that this amendment is still covered under this, is we oftentimes have, this is also off a church plan. Frankly, both of these lights are off a church plan I recently reviewed. These are decorative sconces that I'm sure many of you have on your homes, or a lot of businesses have, and they like to use them downtown Littleton too. These are non-fully shielded lights. Now, the light that comes out of them does not shoot upwards because there's a solid top on it, but it does shoot outwards. And under our current code, that type of fixture is allowed if it's less than 2,000 lumens. And so I'm still proposing that allowance under these proposed amendments I have in front of you. The other, you can ask some questions here in a little bit. The other thing I changed in this amendment in front of you from the draft you have attached to your council communication is that I earlier, by addressing some council direction earlier, was proposing that the shielding and the trespass be dealt with along property lines that are adjacent to residents, like South Platte Park or natural areas like that, or public street rights of way. And with this proposed amendment, I've basically gone back to our current code, Chapter 15, and regulates that trespass and shielding along all property boundaries. And then as far as the trespass goes, I've left all these numbers as 0.1 foot candles and the requirements for single-family residential and the commercial and multifamily residential. This is pretty much the same as what was in the original, the existing code, and what I had as proposed in the draft you have attached to your council communication. The highlighted portion that says when light commercial, industrial, or multiple family residential uses abut each other, the Director of Community Development may waive this requirement if the light trespass will not reach any residential use. That proposed change is actually in our current code. That's nothing new. That's actually in our current code. I left the traffic and pedestrian hazards alone from the proposal that's attached. Signage and lighting curfew, I left those the same as what you have attached. I am recommending that another exemption be added. that, now, of course, this isn't in the draft you have attached to your communication because we weren't, that draft doesn't regulate this type of lighting. It was going to allow it outright. I'm a little bit concerned that if you do approve a change that requires all fully shielded fixtures, that would prohibit the downtown restaurants having their outdoor seating areas with strings of lights. We've had a lot of those requests over the last couple of years, and that's why staff had put that in an earlier draft, an exemption to allow strings of low voltage lighting to illuminate outdoor seating areas. And we had a lot of those requests from the Tavern, Merle's, Ya-Ya's, I mean a number of downtown restaurants, and we thought that was a good thing to do because it did bring activity to the area, and they're very low voltage lighting, which aren't obnoxious. And then the next change I was just adding in, I was actually deleting the definition for natural wildlife habitat area because if you go with these changes here, that term is no longer used. So it was necessary. And then the other three definitions I was proposing to add in: architectural accent lighting, outdoor eating area, and uplight, because if you do decide to approve these changes, those three terms need to be added back into the definition section that were in an earlier draft. And then I just want to kind of summarize the main difference between these amendments, these proposed amendments I've turned into you tonight, and our current code is, even though a lot of this text came back out of that existing code, and I'm proposing to put it back in it, the big difference now is that the code that's in front of you with these changes do not include lighting zones and lighting budgets. I mean, our current code has the lighting zones and lighting budgets, and that was what I heard from council in April, was that you weren't interested in retaining those, and so that's a big change between what you're looking at tonight and what's in the existing code. And this code that's in front of you tonight, the big difference between that and the existing code is that the new proposed code, including these changes I just handed out to you tonight, they do provide a more reasonable variance, appeal, and modification processes. Our current code was very difficult and inflexible as far as dealing with the unique situation, and didn't really give any flexibility to look at certain situations. This proposed code in front of you allows, as I said before, some accent uplighting and seasonal lighting and the outdoor dining lighting, and our current code doesn't allow any of those things. And I do want to clarify one thing, because there's another issue that keeps coming up, and that's our Sternberg street lights. Our current code exempts street lighting, public roadway lighting, from the lighting code requirements. The proposed code in front of you also exempts public street lighting from the lighting code requirements. I think every lighting code I've looked at from other jurisdictions exempt the public street lighting. If they either deal with it in a different way, they regulate it in a different way, but they don't regulate it through their lighting code. So I just wanted to point that out. I'm not proposing a change to include public street lighting in our lighting code. And that's about the extent of my, and I also included in this handout a revised suggested motion. So if you choose to go along with this, you have that written out in front of you to help out. So,
Thank you, Jen. Does anybody have any questions? Bruce?
Jan, a couple of questions. On the revised Exhibit A that you passed out, and maybe you said this and I just wasn't shifting gears quick enough, but the lighting fixtures having initial output greater than 2,000 lumens, what is a 2,000 lumen light? How much light are we talking about? What's an example?
well, a parking lot light, what I've seen for parking, now I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not a lighting expert. I've had to learn more about this than I ever wanted to know. And that's, that's why we had the help of a consultant earlier today, a couple of years ago. But from reviewing lighting plans that I have, the parking lot light out front here is probably 40,000 lumens.
40?
40,000.
Okay.
2,000, less than 2,000 lumens, I don't think is very much. I mean, that's what, we've had a lot of buildings that have some, our lights like this on it that may be, 1,800, and it's not a huge amount, I don't believe.
Okay, but I guess if the way I read the email that I think you're referring to, let me find it here. All right. This is Naomi Paquette's email from September 3rd. It says, while the new code requires fully shielded lights, the shielding requirements have been loosened compared to 03 ordinance. The 2003 ordinance required all lights, excluding those specifically mentioned as exceptions, which would be the street lights and so forth, to be shielded to 45 degrees, while the proposed ordinances would allow lights to shine up to 90 degrees. So it sounds like, I didn't go back and look at it, but it sounds like we were requiring parking lot lights to be 45 degrees.
No, we were requiring parking lot lights to be fully shielded.
But fully shielded.
Like this picture that I've showed here.
Okay, but fully shielded to 90 degrees or something less?
We didn't regulate this degree of angle here. That was regulated by where the light pole was put on the property in relation to the property line that they were regulating the trespass. I mean, I have parking lots and car dealerships that they couldn't exceed a 0.1 foot candle 10 feet beyond the property line. They had to put a light pole fairly close to their property line in order to meet that restriction on the light trespass. They either had to lower the pole or they had to put a shield, or they would have to put a shield on this to reduce this angle of light.
Councilman, I think what you can see there is there's no uplighting at all. I mean,
I agree with that. I don't think there's any uplighting.
It has to be limited to the 2,000 lumens, right?
Yeah, if it's going to...
And you're talking about you're very soft, she gave you the example, very soft uplighting on a church sign, a landscaping.
Or, we have one of
those kinds of things. So, I think that's the clarification that Jan was trying to point out, is that we already required on these, we already require full shielding, which means it's all on that plane that you're looking at there.
Well, and I assume there'll be some citizen input here, but I guess the question I'm asking is, yeah, I agree with you. It is fully shielded means there is no uplighting. It's definitely 90 degrees, but ultimately, is there a problem if it turns out to be, instead of this way where you would get theoretically some glare and trespass, if it went in a downward angle, what's the issue? Is it just cost in terms of more lights?
Well, I can only visualize if you're gonna require parking lot to have pole lights that have a light degree angle this small.
Yeah.
You're going to be putting in a lot more parking lot lights in that particular parking lot to get it lit up.
Okay.
And our current code doesn't even have that restriction. And I mean, that type of restriction.
We don't see that. Staff's judgment is that's not very practical.
It doesn't seem very
I
practical.
mean, we're asking for clarification. You might have testimony different tonight, but you're getting our professional judgment that we don't see that as a very practical regulation.
Okay, all right. Two other quick questions. Well, maybe not so quick, but just this model lighting ordinance and then the example of the Douglas County lighting ordinance. Did you, Jan, and or Glenn, did you guys look at those? And can you maybe give us a synopsis of how those differ from what we're talking about here?
Well, the model lighting ordinance, because our lighting consultant is the one who used that. In fact, she was one of the committee members that developed the current model lighting ordinance. And what a huge difference between that and this is that it does have lighting zones. It does have lumen budgets. It also goes through and measures, it gets very specific about this type of thing. It goes through and measures back upward light, forward throw light. It has a much more technical, specific way of measuring all the lighting for trespassing. It was actually something we looked at initially, but it's very complicated and confusing and not user-friendly. And so that was one of the, they call it bug ratings, but that was one of the things staff had chosen to not propose. And, we even saw other cities that she was working with that did the same thing. They chose not to do that because it's very complicated. The Douglas County ordinance I looked at, it didn't have lighting zones or, lighting budgets. And that lighting zones and lighting budgets was a huge factor in the MLO, if I remember from.
But if Douglas County didn't have it, how does it?
Well, Douglas County's ordinance is 1999. It's actually, I haven't had time to really review it thoroughly and talk to anybody from Douglas County on it. I'm wondering if it's a little antiquated as well, because it's actually older than our 2003 ordinance, which is already antiquated. But, it regulates trespass similarly. It doesn't have the lumen budgets and the lighting zones in it.
And neither do we. So how does the proposed ordinance relative to Douglas? Were there any other material differences?
It dealt with trespassing. It looked like it actually measured like foot candles at an entryway. I mean, it was restricting like I think the light level at an entryway into a building couldn't be more than 10 foot candles. It dealt with it that way.
And just for clarification, this is sort of convoluted, especially if you're watching on television. Essentially, this was a comparative ordinance that was being suggested as something we might want to follow when we started getting into some of the details with respect to
Councilman, I met with the staff this morning. I think the answer from the staff is it's not readily apparent. A cursory view of Douglas County, it was not readily apparent to our staff what specific improvements are something that was much more operative and enforceable than what we're proposing to you tonight.
Okay.
Certainly if the people who suggested it have some specific recommendations, that'd be something for you to consider. But Glenn, I don't know if you wanted to add to that or not.
I just want to add one material difference that I noticed is Douglas County actually allowed 0.1 foot candle, but 20 feet into the property line, whereas we were going in a 10-foot area. So I think it allowed more, actually, trespassing light.
Okay, but it struck me that there was, perhaps so, but it also struck me that there were more, I don't know, measurement attributes. And I know, frankly, when we looked at this back in April, June, or whenever we did, and we sort of sent everyone back to the drawing board, it was because it seemed like it was overly complicated. That one didn't seem overly complicated, notwithstanding it had measurements. And I don't know if
Let me just add something in. In order to evaluate a property to see if they're making those measurements, they're going to have to do a photometric plan.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and I know they do because I get referrals on their SIPs that they have. They send them to us as a referral agency. My proposal here, to measure trespass and to measure these shieldings and everything, we'll have to, on a commercial property that comes in, I'm going to have to require a photometric plan so I can determine if they're meeting these proposed trespass limits and the shielding limitations. The Douglas County ordinance, it may not say right in there that they have to submit a photometric plan, but they do, because that's the only way you can measure their requirements, which is the 10-foot candles at the doorway, the trespass thing that they suggested. And there was another one in there where they were limiting so many foot candles at another part of the building. I mean,
this is for commercial, or it could be residential.
I think was it residential too, or I can't. Yeah, I think it was residential too.
What's a photometric plan cost? Ballpark.
It can cost thousands of dollars.
Depends.
It depends, yeah.
And it really does
It
depend on
does.
how large the site is, how complicated it is.
I just needed to hear that
And how
one
much
more
did
time.
we spend on ours? Yeah.
I'm gonna tape that for you, Councilman. And let me just say for the record, you know, Jan sort of downplayed. She said she's not the lighting expert, but what she does have is several years of real-world experience of working with many developers. And I'll just give you an example. The Aspen Grove Center completely redid their lighting plan. So what she does have is on-the-ground, real-world experience in trying to work with architects and lighting experts to try to make the legislation work. And that's what she was saying. Some people may have standards in their ordinance, but whether they have the expertise and the measurement to actually implement it and make it work is a whole different ball of wax. So I wanted to just, I've sat at many DRC meetings with Jan and photometric plans and architects and trying to work out how these actually work in a real world setting.
And I would just point out, our current code, our 2003 code, it has parts of it that doesn't work practically. And these other codes, like Douglas County Code or some of these others that you look at on the internet, I mean, they're there, but we don't know what the problems are with them. I mean, I bet I could call up a few planners at Douglas County and find out that they've got this and this or this problem with it, and they're having to, you know, I wouldn't be surprised, you know, if they don't have some practical problems with theirs as well, so.
Okay, thanks.
Phil?
Yes, Jan, a couple of questions. First, with the additional 8A revisions that you've provided us with today, is the code as it's proposed enforceable, practical, and more practical so that we can get consistent standards?
I believe it is. I think it's more practical than the current code we have now. Because I think it includes the shielding, some restrictions on the uplighting, which I haven't had too much of a problem with enforcing. I mean, for brand new development, getting those type of fixtures isn't a big deal. It's hard for some of the retrofits that are having to replace existing fixtures. What the complaints I've probably had from people trying to use our code in the past has been either the lighting budget, they weren't given enough light allowed, or it was just the inflexibility when they had a special situation and there was no way to review that and allow some kind of modification to that under certain circumstances. That was a problem. So the code I have in front of you that's attached allows that flexibility. These amendments I have in front of you puts a little bit more restriction on the actual uplighting and shielding.
Okay.
So.
With the code, with the amendments, I think I'm reading it correctly, but my understanding is that parking lot light fixtures would be shielded, meaning no uplighting from the parking lot fixtures themselves.
Correct.
They could have some accent, but that's at the 45 and all of those other requirements.
Yeah, and I'll just be quite frank. I've reviewed a lot of parking lot lighting plans in the last 8 years, and I haven't had one of them that actually proposed any kind of uplighting. They've all had downcasted.
Okay, and number third question, last in this series anyway, Jan. With regard photometric plans. Okay, a plan is a plan, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be the actuality. That's why Jim and some of his folks actually go out and do post-inspections after construction.
I do the post-inspection.
Right. And so the question is does the ordinance itself allow for the post-construction validation that indeed the requirements are being met?
Our current code, let me see, I hope I put that in here. Our current code required we had so many versions going back and forth, I can't remember which is in which. Our current code requires a certification letter by their lighting engineer to certify that the lights that were installed are the ones that are on the approved plan. And I don't remember now, I have to look through this, I don't remember now if I put this in this code. That's what our current code has in it. And if I didn't put that in here, we could certainly put it back in.
I understand, I think, the certification that what was put in indeed meets the plan. What I'd be looking for is a validation that says after all the construction's been done, indeed, even if the equipment is the equipment that was part of the plan, that there's a validation or certification that indeed the result after the construction meets the requirements. So someone...
Well, you can visually look at a lighting fixture and see that it's a shielded fixture versus a non-shielded fixture. And as far as a trespass issue, if there's ever a question, if something looks too bright and somebody's complaining about it, we can either, we do have a light meter now we bought, so we could actually go to that property line and measure that to see if it is exceeding it. And if it is, then we can deal with the property owner on usually lowering the lighting in the fixture or doing some shielding or replacing that fixture to one that would work.
Okay, there's a B to that last one, which is if we included a post-construction validation, now that we have light meters, is your estimation that complicates the post-construction inspection tremendously, or only in a minor fashion?
It could be tremendously. I mean, if we're holding up a certificate of occupancy because somebody has two lights that are slightly out of whack, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
I don't.
Peggy?
Yeah, I've got quite a few questions. And because you gave us the amendments, and I got lots of other questions in the main part, if I ask something again, just remind me that we already answered it.
Okay.
Because some of this is a little confusing. But I'll start with the amendments. In 1015-3A, is there any control over how high something can get stuck up, so that, because the higher it is in one sense, the more its light might come over onto something else? I mean, if you put it right next to a building, it's going to stay on that building. But if you put it way up, it might jump over the building.
Well, the requirement to demonstrate the no trespass, where you can't have more than 0.1 foot candle 10 feet beyond the property line, is going to regulate the height of those lights. Yeah,
that would catch that. Okay, and so I'm just tracking through because you're on top of this, and my brain is going round and round. In A1, the light output for each individual fixture shall not exceed 800 lumens. But let's take a wall like the back wall here. If you had a light on every brick that was 800 lumens, there's nothing in this that would prohibit that. I mean,
that's true.
It would seem to me we ought to have something that constrains so many lumens per square foot or linear foot, vertical foot combinations or whatever.
Well, if we had lighting zones and a lighting budget, that would restrict it, because a previous version of the draft I had in front of council in April that proposed this uplighting and also had the lighting zones and the lighting budget, and it was restricted.
But, I mean, is there a reason for anybody to have, let's say, on a brick, these bricks, a light, 800 lumen light on every brick? Maybe every single brick all up the wall. Would there be any reason for any zone if we were in the zone?
Well, these type of lights are intended for, I mean, I have a rehab center right now that's getting building permits, and they've got 3 of these proposed to light up, to put a wash on the wall that has their sign on it. The owner of the Sternberg building wants to put some of, like 3 or 4 of those type of lights to wash the wall of the Sternberg building. to have 8 of them, I would find that kind of unusual.
Well,
It
yeah, but,
usually
I mean,
is a
that's
fewer
part of-
number.
Some people decide they want to do something
Well,
pretty unusual.
Well, you ask about whether there could be a reason. I can't think of any practical reason. I mean, the cost to me, and I'm also not tracking with you. If we're controlling, if you're looking at A1, we're controlling the trespass lumens, the 0.1 foot candle at the property line. Maybe I'm not tracking this.
Well,
why it would
maybe
be
I'm not reading that.
maybe it would
because
be a
it's-
problem. Am I missing something here?
It's talking about the accent lighting, right, that will be allowed.
Yes.
So if, this is silly, if we had an IKEA building here and for some reason they wanted to light up the whole side of the wall with all these lights, I mean, if we're, one of the former presidents, ACC, said, when you do policies, you try to think of the kind of situations that somebody might do other than the good folks that you're dealing with now. So I'm just not quite understanding why we wouldn't have some limit there, but I just tossed that out there for a second. On the second page, see if I get this right. Item 8 that would be added to 1015-2E. As much as I like our current Director of Community Development, again, depending on who we got in there in the future, if a single person's approving something, I think that's a potential weakness. Now, you could have 3 people approve something and they're all not too sharp, or they all want to just let something happen. But it seems to me having DRC itself as a group, some group, as opposed to a single person on these variations. Okay, so that's easy stuff for this. Then I'm not quite sure now what's tracking in this, but I scribbled all kinds of comments in here. And I'll take them in order, although they're not necessarily order of importance. So with what's being proposed, if somebody currently is doing something that offends the devil out of the neighbor trying to sleep because of the lighting, will there be any appeal for that? Other than some of the constraints that are here? Because we're grandfathering in, are we? Or am I misunderstanding that?
Well, if somebody files a complaint about lighting on another property, the city staff will go and investigate like we do all zoning violations.
Yeah, but this now I've lost the reference to it. With the help me with there's an exception, not the exemptions. There's another piece. So let me see if I find where the reference is, because it refers to something that we don't have in front of us here. It's in code otherwise. Let's see, the non-conforming uses. And if I understood the non-conforming uses section of code when I looked at it, I thought it was saying something to the effect that if it's non-conforming today, we're not going to be going after it. Am I misreading that section of code?
No, it's
So
I'm sorry, Suzanne stepped out of the room, but I think
actually her suggestion.
if there was a complaint, if somebody said, "Hey, my neighbor's light, porch light, is too bright," or a safety light in a garage or something, I don't think they would be. I don't think
our trespass regulation is still the same in the code. So
allowed under a non-conformings, but
wait, in current code or this code?
our current code doesn't allow trespass.
right.
Yeah, but once we've ignored the current, once we've replaced the current code.
The existing, it's saying here the existing is non-conforming, which means it falls under the code we have right now that's in effect. So if if somebody's non-conforming and they're, you know, there's a complaint made because they're light trespass, we go and we regulate them under the trespass provisions of the current code.
Non-conforming typically pertains to a use, not an activity. I mean, for example, our noise ordinances. I mean, if somebody had, you know, if I say, well, I had my generator here before you passed your ordinance, and now my generator's too loud, and I'm non-conforming. No, I mean, it's the standard is there.
Okay,
so
I guess
we would still look at it as a nuisance.
So what is it in here? I'm sorry, because I'm new with some of this code, even though I've been on council almost 4 years. What in the non-conforming stuff would actually then apply and not be of concern in terms of lighting? Because it says that that section applies in terms of the applicability. That whole.
Well, that was.
It could be the installation of new lights. I mean, what we need to do for you, Councilman, is show you the nuisance provisions of the current code. I think this, and Suzanne helped draft this, but I think
this portion.
Okay, so I mean, let me just read it out loud. Maybe I'll hear something I'm not hearing silently. In 1215-2A, last sentence, exterior lighting on all other existing commercial, industrial, and multiple family residential developments shall be considered non-conforming and subject to the provisions for non-conforming uses.
What that means is that they will, for instance, if a development was built and complies under the current code that we have right now, they're considered non-conforming. They're under that current code.
So they would have had to conform.
Yeah.
And they couldn't accidentally.
And if they came in to redevelop or change their lights or whatever, then they'd have to be brought into compliance with this code because they no longer would be non-conforming if they changed their non-conformance.
And what if nobody had complained about them before, but now a new person moves in and now they're complaining about something that existed before? It's too bad.
We've
got such sharp citizens, I can't imagine somebody wouldn't catch them.
Okay, I don't mean to belabor that. I'm just trying to understand that piece of it.
Yeah, Charlie Blossom drives all over town looking for code violations.
Okay. Now, some of these then maybe are on this other thing, but I think not. So with the roadway things, and we're saying even if something is causing glare or light pollution or adverse impacts or whatever, we're not doing anything about that with the road lighting on public roads and streets.
We're not. This code is not regulating public roadway lighting.
Well, even if it's adverse impacts, any of that.
Not regulating it at all.
I just want to get this on the record here. And the same thing with the holiday lighting, even if it's causing glare or light pollution.
This is proposing to exempt it.
Why would we not want to control at least that? I mean, if it's a problem, if it's causing glare or light pollution, should have a different color pen if I might want to do some kind of amending here.
What section is that, please?
It's actually page 2 of the ordinance.
It's on page 2.
Why don't you just cite it for me?
It's on page 2, Jim. Exemptions.
2E3.
E3.
Maybe I'm not finding it. Can you give the site?
2E3. It's 10-15-2E3, sub 3.
It was on page 2.
Line 19 on page 2.
Do it the easy way.
Shortcut.
Yeah, I mean, this is just me talking. You know, just some of that's just practicality of enforcement.
Well, we had requests for people wanting to be able to do, their holiday lighting. And, it's for a limited time during the year, and it's the holidays, and so we made this proposal in here to allow that.
Well, no, and I appreciate we want
to
let
require people to do
that, but-
photometric plans and light meters and stuff for,
You'll get,
2 weeks.
I mean, just from a practical matter, you'll get more complaints about us trying to enforce that than you will people talking about the bright lights. I'm
Well,
just telling you
if
from-
we do this and then we have problems, then maybe we,
You could go back, yeah,
We could-
but
yeah, I
I
mean,
can tell you, your
a
phone
month
will
of-
ring more
a
with
month
us
of
trying to
glare
enforce it.
from that, if it happens to be
Yeah,
in your
it's not,
face.
you can always amend it. You can always come back if it turns out to be a big problem and your phone's ringing and people are complaining about them, you can come back and add
In
it.
that same section, number 4, if I remember I'm not trying to target the Mission Hills, but I did attend DRC during the time they came many times to you all, and I think you classified the cross on the one face as a monument, didn't you? I think you did.
Yes.
Right? And so, not necessarily them, but if you're illuminating a monument that would then project higher up, because that's exempt here. If it's projecting, let's say, at an 80-degree angle or an 85-degree angle, that's acceptable?
Yes. Because we're exempting monuments, and the monument's defined as a statue, column, war memorial, or other commemorative structure.
Is there a reason why I mean, I can understand that they wanted to illuminate that, but is there a reason they couldn't contain it to just the face?
Most
and
churches
I
want to
don't know-
light
I
up their
don't
whole
know what
cross.
it is.
So,
I'm just-
yeah.
We didn't want to touch crosses and
Yeah.
war memorials. If the council, if you want to do that as a legislature, we'll do it for you. But,
So, I think you can, if you've got something on the face of a building, that you could keep that light on the face rather than
Yeah.
letting it escape. And
Yeah.
anyway, I may come back to that one. Just a second. This is just a minor thing in number 6. Lighting on designated historic buildings or structures or districts. You don't light a district. I mean, you don't have lighting on a district, do you? It would be in a district or in a district. Anyway, that's a minor thing. Then the next page is all being replaced, right? The 10-15-3?
Yeah, I wrote it this way, instead of trying to just insert the pieces I changed, I thought it easier for you to read. So I just proposing to replace that whole section with this handout that I gave you.
Okay.
A lot of it is still left in place. The highlighted portions show what was changed.
Okay, and so the vehicles is motor vehicles, right? As opposed to in the original, just vehicular travel? So what about bicyclists? The traffic and pedestrian hazards. We're taking care of cars, but we're not eliminating danger to bicyclists. Are we? And shouldn't we?
What would be an example of that?
Pardon?
I'm not seeing how,
If there's some, I mean, I'm trying to imagine what kind of lighting might occur, but if you don't want a pedestrian walking by and you don't want a motorized vehicle hit by it, why wouldn't you also want to protect bicyclists? And some might have pedestrians and bicyclists, but not motor vehicles.
So you want to add like
Bicyclists?
pedestrian, bicycle, or vehicular travel?
Yeah, if we could just add that little part. I mean, we're trying to become more bicycle-friendly,
Sure.
and we already got friendly with pedestrians here, which takes
But,
care of me.
other than the fact that we have a lot of grouchy bicyclists, it might be
No, we don't, right? Thank you.
kind of a whiny bunch.
Then we didn't change B in that section, right?
No.
So, but in the definition.
I did change B. What?
You did or didn't?
Now you got rid
I
of
mean,
B.
you aren't proposing
Oh.
to amend B, right? Or you did? Yes, you did.
Well, I had to renumber them. So which B are you talking about?
Let's see. I'm looking at page 3, line 17, so I don't do so well cross-checking.
No,
all
I
these.
kept that. I just renumbered it to C.
Excuse me?
I kept that one in. I just renumbered it to C.
Right, so my issue with that one is, I think we need a definition in the definition section for adverse impacts, because that's wide open. I mean, adverse impacts of lighting, but what is that maybe hasn't already been defined? Because we do have some definitions that might fall under a global definition of adverse impact.
Don't force on that.
Then on page 5, in what we got in council packet, line 6, lighting is used only when and where needed. Now, I guess if we exempt from the whole ordinance the monument lighting, then that wouldn't be an issue, would it? Because
it would
one
be
might
exempted
ask,
from this.
Pardon?
It'd be exempted from this requirement.
Yeah, so, because I wondered, when I'm going back and forth, I wondered what would be the needed sense for lighting a monument.
Well, these criteria apply to somebody asking for a modification from these requirements. And the monument lighting for a cross on a church is being exempted from these requirements. So somebody's not going to come in and ask for modification to that.
But it implies a concept, and maybe, and I know we've already said we're going to exempt the monuments, but it implies something in terms of overall lighting of when something's needed and where it's needed. I mean, so I'm just wondering if the monuments and things should be totally exempted from all this. And I have nothing against lighting up monuments and whatever. It's just that I'm been wanting to be a little careful with what we're doing. And I've already mentioned the adverse impacts that I think we need to define. I might be getting near the end. You're probably saying, thank goodness. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Bruce?
One real quick question, I guess. Based on your revised 15-3, if you took this and applied it, say, to Main Street versus Aspen Grove with the apartment buildings versus Woodlawn versus Broadway and the car dealerships, what would change versus what's there today?
Well, downtown, that downtown was one of the reasons why I proposed modifications to the code.
This is the decorative lighting.
Well, it was the decorative lighting, it was the trespass issue, because their property lines are, their buildings are right on the property line. So
that makes
downtown was the reason, one of the big reasons why we needed to look at this lighting code again.
Okay, that part, that makes sense.
Right. Alta Aspen Grove, they comply, they will, when they're finished, comply with our current code.
You mean the apartments, but what
Apartments.
about the shopping center?
Shopping center complies with our current code.
With this book, if this is...
If it complies with our current code, it complies with this. Because our current code has the lumen allowance and the lighting zones. And these shielding requirements and the restrictions on the fully shielded fixtures here are exactly the same as those developments were reviewed under. Those developments actually have a more limited light than this proposes, because they were limited to a certain amount of unshielded lighting that I don't have in this proposal.
Okay, so what about, say, Woodlawn or Littleton Boulevard?
Well, Woodlawn, they were a retrofit. He had to come in and redo his parking lot lights and all his exterior lighting on his outside. So his property, and that's not the Savers, because that wasn't part of them, but the property that they, Capital Partners owns, that complies with the current lighting code. So it would be in compliance with this.
All right, and then what about the car dealerships on Broadway?
Well, Mercedes-Benz and Hyundai and the new lot that Mike McDonald did, those all comply with our current code. So
Okay.
they would comply with this. Some of them haven't redeveloped yet, or Mike
CarMax.
hasn't done his, CarMax, for instance, hasn't developed yet, and Mike McDonald's had proposed some changes on his Volvo dealership, but he hasn't done yet, but.
What about something
and
like-
Broadway Dodge also would comply too, excuse
What
me.
about the Ford dealership down?
They haven't done any modifications to their property that would have required them to come in to do a site plan, so we haven't, they haven't done a new lighting plan to comply.
Would they be, according to this in 15-2, I guess when they were permitted long before.
They were permitted under our old code that just talks about no noxious glare, across the property line. Yeah.
Probably isn't going to work with this, so they'd be more or less non-compliant?
They might be with their shielding. One of the differences between this proposal and our current code regarding car dealerships is I'm not limiting land area for display, and there's not the lighting budget allowance, which seemed to be a complaint that they had. So that's not in this new code. So we'd be dealing with shielding.
Okay, so what would hypothetically, I'm not saying they are or they aren't, but if you had a dealership that had permitted in or had gone through whatever code requirements were in place, say, 15 years ago, and this gets approved, then what?
Well, if they come in to do a renovation that would require a site plan approval,
right?
Then they would have to bring their existing site in compliance with this code, which would mean they would have to shield fixtures and do a photometric plan to show that they're meeting the trespass
Okay,
standard.
but if they don't come in, do you, at some point, you wouldn't go out?
Well, they're under that non-conforming thing.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying.
See, yeah.
You guys wouldn't go out and do it, though, unless you started getting complaints?
Exactly.
Okay. Okay.
Jim?
I'd just like to suggest that any changes that we make to the ordinance as presented to us be done in the form of motions tonight, including what you're suggesting be all done by motion. And I probably will have some amendments to make, but I won't wait till after the public hearing.
Okay. Any more questions for Jan? Jan, do you have a public hearing roster?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't think we have one. We don't have one, I don't think,
Is there-
do we? Oh, do we? It's a rezoning hearing, so I don't know.
Thank you. Okay, we have number of people on the roster, and they've all asked to speak. I would ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. I'll call your name. When you come down to the podium, please give your full name and your address. Pam Chaborn.
Handouts, but not 6. So point of order, Chair, there is a main speaker allowed in the procedure for public hearings, and they get up to 10 minutes. I'm counting on that, and I'd like to see if you would agree.
As a main speaker, what do you mean by that?
If someone has the policy, I'd appreciate it if you'd read it. And in the meantime, I wanted to thank the council for having the hazardous materials roundup the next 2 weekends on Saturday from 8 to 2. I was worried last year because I thought our budget cuts might get rid of that, and I'm very, very pleased that it's going to go on. So.
Pam, if you are under our procedures, if other people are relinquishing their 3 minutes to you,
then I would give you up to 10 minutes. Is that what is happening?
Not if you mean that other people don't get their 3 minutes, and I don't think
If
that
someone relinquished their time to you, you would have 3. But at this point, I think we'll stick with the policy, and you have 3 minutes.
Actually, the way I interpret that policy is that I should have 10 minutes. But if that's what you want to do, I can't argue. My title here is Take More Time and Do It Right. I live in District 1, and I want to acknowledge that we're working here for the greater good of Littleton and that we want behavior that reflects respect for ourselves and each other. I really appreciate the work that everybody has done here. And Jan, I want to make sure that nobody thinks we're criticizing Jan. She's done extraordinary work given the conditions. Our recommendation is to table this motion to a later date or postpone it indefinitely. I'd like you to choose a later date that allows the city to complete appropriate actions. There is no publicly identified emergency that requires urgent action on this motion. The current ordinance has been in effect for 8 years. It's good enough for a few months longer. There's no identified imminent harm during the next few months. Speed has no inherent value in government. In fact, we count on government to use its power only after due and deliberate process. So I wanted to point out or get on the record Peggy Cole's suggestions for why we need more time. There are policy issues, there are technical issues, there is a question about whether we implement this on existing violations. We really ought to compare to other cities, and I think that's extraordinarily valuable. We should have illustrations. When there are descriptions of 45 degrees and 90 degrees, I want that illustrated, and I don't think we can make a good decision without that. I, as public, can't comment, and I'm worried about the council's ability to make a good decision without those illustrations and comparisons. And then Peggy mentioned directions to staff, so there's work that we can do through staff. This is the longest chart. The recommended steps, I'd like you to make sure that the new city manager and the new 2 council members are here before this is done, and I'm going to mention District 2. The people who live across from the car dealerships are in District 2. They have a right for their new council person to be informed about this and to weigh in. So to me, that's a compelling reason to wait. Management also will choose staff or consultants to figure out some of this research that needs to be done. I think those managers ought to be in place. We need specific rationales for change. The problems, the harm has not been specified. Who, what, where, when, why, and how much has been harmed. That is not in this ordinance. I want to know it. I can't comment on that if it's not even given to me. It should be there. And you need to consider all of Littleton, not just the complainants, and you need to identify their concerned parties. We need a technical assessment of the proposed ordinance. We need to know what it's going to do to the city. I'd like to see the outcome descriptions and expectations, and I put a picture there because I want to see what those results are. And then there should be an integrated change, public comment, and revision.
Pam, you have about 20 seconds.
I'm going to show you some pictures. These are the 2 shells. Both have pretty good lighting, but the east side shell, you can see the business, you can see the customers, you can see what's happening on the roadway. If someone was stumbling into the street, you'd be able to see them. The shell on the west side, you see a glare reflected off the structure. That glare causes you not to be able to see as well someone stumbling into the street. And that's kind of the essence of the difference between good and bad lighting. But let me point out that Shell has institutionalized good lighting. They just haven't upgraded all of their stations yet. So this should be indicative of what we want to do. I also wanted to point out 7-Eleven, same thing. If you go anywhere in Denver, you'll see this kind of lighting in their lot. And I want to point out the Mission Hills Church on South Park Way, which was built to the current code. There are a few fixtures here. It's doing a great job of lighting that parking lot. It gives very good visibility for law enforcement. color rendering is very good. So this claim that there's extra expense because of the code is not borne out by actual fact. And this is
Pam, you need to wrap it up,
okay.
please.
So in summary, it's quite clear to me that there hasn't been enough, the city hasn't provided enough data for us to evaluate the changes, the reason for the change, and the changes that are being, the proposed new ordinance. So I'd like you to charge city management to provide more data to aid evaluations, the reasons for the change, and define the technical impacts in the new change. I'd like you to charge city management with performing a review process so that we, the people, can weigh in on this in a more thorough way. There's no question that you deserve that. And I'd like you then to introduce a rewritten change with rationale and expected incomes with illustrations to this approval process.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Dr. Robert Stencil.
Thank you for your attention on this matter. I'm Robert Stencil of 2800 South University, Denver City and County. But this is a very important issue for Metro and beyond. In fact, in your own Littleton cupola cam, one of the stopping points is Mount Evans. And although I'm a professional astronomer at University of Denver, run that observatory and others, I'm here as a private citizen concerned about light pollution solutions, which is what planning staffs nationally and regionally are working on. Your cupola cam can see Mount Evans. Similarly, from Mount Evans, from the observatory, we see Littleton, and this is what we see, a splash of light. Now, light in itself is a good thing. I'm not opposed to light. We need lighting for all kinds of reasons. But here you'll see the clouds being lit up by excess light boiling off of the city. And toward the my right, perhaps your left there, is the Littleton area. What's striking is when you get to the Douglas County line past Highlands Ranch, it's much less glare, much less cloud light. So the amount of energy going up into the sky is significantly less because of lighting practices. As you know, we have a huge inventory of existing fixtures, luminaires, and over time those will all require replacement because they fail, whatever. For the kids, you know, it's their energy future too. We need to be proactive and prudent about how this stuff develops over time. Again, the brightness on the clouds, professionally I measure brightness, that's my business, and we're talking about hundreds of megawatts of continuously produced power by Excel ending up lighting up clouds, birds, the moon. What's the point of that? For me, I have to draw simple cartoons to try to illustrate these things, but let me suggest this approximation. You've heard the words glare and trespass. The cumulative effect of glare, and as you get older, you'll notice glare more and more, cumulative effect is what we call sky glow. The light's just broadcast everywhere. Your current code already addresses this, recognizing the value of shielding, allows you to get more light on the ground, the task at hand that you want to light, as opposed to lighting up the sides of trees elsewhere. So solution is to, of course, put a lid on it, aim the light where it needs to go, and improvements result. And as mentioned, a number of towns, cities, counties around here have adopted lighting management, as you know, and yours is very progressive. I salute you for that. But primary thing I wanted to suggest, following Ms. Chadbourne's suggestion, is that your staff needs a little more time to try to get this to a better approximation. Throwing out the baby with the bathwater, you know, it's not something you should do lightly by repealing whole sections of the code that are well-intentioned but maybe not optimized. There's lots of growing experience. Nationally, the Illuminating Engineering Society, which wrote the model lighting ordinance, by the way, also referenced, certainly available, has great ideas in it. They're a little bit technical, of course. I will offer my free consulting services to staff if it's useful to try to help in this. I teach in physics and astronomy department. I have the credentials. Couple of final points, if I may. Good design standards in code will help the architects and builders and specifiers get it right in the first place and reduce the otherwise complaints about bad lighting, trespass, and so on, and of course reduce the burden of enforcement. So if we can get it right on the leading edge, like any code. Hence, I ask you again to table 8A at this time to allow staff further study of what other districts are doing, perhaps relook at the MLO, and I thank you for your attention on this. Yes, Bruce.
Can I ask just a quick follow-on question?
Quickly.
Okay. I understand what you're saying, and I don't think anybody disagrees with the orientation that you're presenting. I guess with respect to what we've got proposed, what Jan Dickinson basically said is the projects we've got or certain areas that would come in that have been, that would fall under this new code would have already applied or would have already met the requirements of the old code. Mm-hmm. So I guess from your perspective, specifically, we could take more time, but what would we want to change relative to, and I ask this with all due respect, I understand your profession and respect it.
Right, a number of the exemptions are a little bit troublesome. I think there are engineering solutions to a lot of these things. There are existing commercial fixtures, luminaires available that address ways to light to get the performance at the areas needed, and of course implementation of this is already happening. It is getting more and more adopted nationally, internationally. So I'm here to encourage the city to continue on this path to try to manage lighting, because with growth and density, more and more we're experiencing trespass and glare problems, and right. It just comes with the territory. So, okay. But I don't think you want to get into specific line by line with me at the moment. Okay. But I'm happy to work with staff at no cost to the city if it's helpful.
Nothing says if this does, again, hypothetically get passed, that it can't be tweaked point forward to pick up some of the things you're discussing.
That is your privilege, of course.
Okay. All right. Yeah. It's not mutually exclusive, is it, I guess. Okay, right. I understand.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Aaron Reed.
Good evening. Thank you. Aaron Reed, 3584 South Corona Street, Inglewood, your neighbor, Arapahoe County resident. I took the lighting class over here at Arapahoe Community College. I am back in college for yet another degree, and this time it's for my electrical engineering degree. We use a lot of calculations and stuff, but we all use our eyes. Look at this. Does everybody see the square here on the table? Of course, because that's what we've been using all night. Lighting is easy to control. It's an engineering thing. Of course, I've been on bucket trucks, I've been on ladders, I've been on buildings, I've designed, in part, parking lots and those things. And you can see the cutoff angle right there on the word lack. That right there is no mistake. Here, I'll put the whole thing there. Of what we can do with photometrics inside of electrolyrs. There are so many classifications of lights and whatnot. This is cool. This is the future. This is where our kids are going. Now, we'll take a look up. Yes, I know it's the ceiling. Look at all the electrolyrs above us. They're all controlling the light. But if you look at the steps inside the room here, they're all equally lit. A competent designer came in here and did the what Jan Dickinson does on the exterior and maybe to some point on the interior of buildings, lighting spreads and allowances, and did a very well job. Now, if you'll take a look over there on that building, I have Hawkeyes, 2016 vision, but it says, thank you for not smoking. Now look straight up. You guys will see your fire alarm, your smoke detector, and then look back at me. Your eyes adjusted just like that, right? That is because we took away the glare. Without the glare, you get the intended target lit, you keep the citizenry safe, and you let them sleep at night. I would encourage you to do what is for the net good of social responsibility and those that matter. Joe Q. Public. Severely overlighting the public has shown to disrupt sleep patterns and as a human health cause. In closing, I'd like to refer to this, which is exactly where we're going in this country. We're outnumbered. There's 51 NGOs, non-governmental organizations, out of the 100. Therefore, it's come to a trinity. This is out of Bruce Pasecki's book, and he says, there is a new trinity of corporate strategy, price, technical quality, and social response, and it will lie at the heart of this new century. If you deny this third new social variable, you do so at your own ultimate peril, both personally and in the terms of your profession. Consumers are coming to us and expect that your products meet social needs or at least do not harm people, the environment. Information these days is more easily accessed by the public than ever before and is available at lightning speeds with the push of a button. The very footing of your firm is based on how well consumers accept your goods and services, and they are well informed in a very conscious audience. And as a point of reference, I've shielded a few high schools and also worked with getting lights actually put in various townships throughout the state of Colorado. I am not anti-light. I'm anti-uplight, and I am anti-glare. And I think Peggy, when she was talking about a couple sections earlier, has the same concerns I do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Naomi Pequet.
I want to thank you, Council, for the time you're taking on this issue. I guess I want to reiterate the glare issue, but
Naomi,
as a, yes.
can we get your address, please?
Oh, sorry, 5790 South Delaware Street in Littleton.
Thank you.
Pequette, P-E-Q-U-E-T-T-E. I guess I want to reiterate the issue of glare, but as it pertains to your code and the lumen budgets and the lumen limits you had previously had in the code. Glare can be a large safety concern for citizens, as I think Peggy had mentioned. And again, we see the example of the Shell station on the west side of Broadway at about Panama. By driving directly from a gas station to the road, there's a large change in brightness, causing a loss of contrast and a difficulty seeing what oncoming traffic is like, and potentially causing traffic accidents. This is especially true for middle-aged and older drivers who lose contrast. They only have about a 7-to-10 contrast ratio, and that only gets worse as we age. This is a different situation than walking out of a brightly lit store. There, your eye has time to adjust to the fainter lighting while you're walking to the car and before you drive onto oncoming traffic. So one question I had for council was, has there been a study done relating the traffic accidents to glare issues? Your current code does require a lumen limit for those gas stations, and we can see the positive effects of that as like the new King Soopers gas station. But this is something that I would really urge you to consider. And also by having limits, you put light where it is needed at an appropriate amount. Again, with the contrast issue, it is more secure to have a lower level of light because where there is an overly bright light, it is almost impossible to see where it is not lit. Thus, the light kind of defeats its purpose. It also provides darker shadows for criminals to hide in. So by having a lumen limit that is reasonable, that allows for the eye to adjust between the lit up area and the darker area, you're providing a more secure environment. So I'm urging council to table this resolution or postpone it, and so more time can be used to study the effects of glare and traffic accidents, security, and to really consider the safety of the citizens of Littleton. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Havens.
Thank you, Council, for letting us come before you tonight. My name is Kathy Havens. My home address is 3876 South Lincoln in Englewood, but my husband and I are business owners in Littleton. Our address of our store is 6579 South Broadway. We have the telescope store there, binoculars, spotting scopes. 3.5 years ago, we moved to Littleton from the Englewood area. The choice to do this was greatly affected by the fact that the backyard at our store was dark enough to hold star parties. Once to twice a month, we bring out telescopes as public outreach to inspire and educate people about the night sky. Our customer base is very extensive, and from the petitions that I've just given Ms. Brinkman tonight, to show that we have our customers are very concerned about the light pollution that is really increasing and increasing. You will note that there are two resolutions there, or two petitions there. One is for Littleton residents only, and we have 8 signatures on that one. The other one is for out of Littleton residents, and there are 92 signatures on that. So the concerns of customers for their love of astronomy and wanting to have a dark sky goes beyond this. When our star parties in our store, we bring people in from all over, and you will notice the addresses on the petition. We get people from the broad metro area, Colorado Springs. There's even some on there from California. So we do bring people to Littleton. And when they come for our star parties, many of them will stay for dinner or have dinner before in Littleton. So these are things that are, you know, and by the way, the petition had only been in our store since August 20th. So these 100 signatures were gathered in the last just slightly over 2 weeks. If the sky is allowed to brighten, more intrusive lights are added, this will certainly have an adverse effect on our business. For 3.5 years, we've been adding revenue to Littleton by way of sales taxes collected. And everything that raises sales tax causes more sales to be done by people on the internet, where no tax is being collected. In this economic climate, any and all additional costs can lead to a deviation of funds to other things. We would like to request that you table the ordinance so further economic impact can be researched with other businesses, a variety of businesses too. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. And Jim Paquette.
Thank you. My name is Jim Paquette. I live in Littleton here at 5790 South Delaware Street. Ironically, the same address as Naomi. I have some brochures here from, keep them up, from the International Dark Sky Association, which I will, do you want me to give them here? Or?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. I only have just a couple quick comments. Among several endeavors I've gotten involved in my retirement years, one is to help develop an alternative energy consulting firm. We are quite concerned as a firm with the efficient use of energy on a variety of fronts. We work with individuals, businesses, governmental groups, non-governmental organizations, and so forth. So my comment, and I'm going to put my glasses on so I can see it, concerns primarily with the efficient use of energy. The International Dark Sky Association has studied the escaped lighting phenomena in the U.S. They estimate that 1/3 of all U.S. lighting escapes upward and is wasted at a cost of about $2 billion annually, requiring 30 million barrels of oil and 8.2 million tons of coal to generate that wasted light. I believe that all of us, individuals, public agencies, businesses, need to pay attention to the efficient use of energy. We need to conserve our limited resources, and lighting has a place. Dr. Bob showed you the bright lights. Littleton is the only city that has bright lights. We need to do what we can as a public agency to reduce the wasted light and the wasted energy. I have a website here, which I'll hand also, that you can get all this information and many, many more statistics about lighting. So that will be available to you also. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Or Jim, I'm sorry.
Hey, Jim, real quick, if I can ask just one quick question. Again, I totally understand what you're saying, and speaking for me personally, I completely, agree that energy efficiency is totally appropriate and less light pollution is a positive. I guess, can you help me translate that vis-a-vis this ordinance in terms of what would you like to see changed in here that's not, that would do more of what you're asking for?
Well, I can go to an extreme. I would like to see all lights, I don't care where they are, shielded. Now, I know I live close to Littleton Boulevard, and you have all the historic lights and the unshielded lights, and there's a cost involved. I understand that. And you can't all at once change all the lights to shielded lights to avoid the wasted light going into the sky. My point is for the city to look over the long haul and to move in the direction of having fully shielded lights. And there are many fixtures available. There are very decorative shielded lights for historic areas that over a period of time you could move in that direction when not lights need replacing. I understand the budget restrictions, and I wouldn't suggest today that you change all the lights. There's no way to do that. But over a period of time is what I'm looking at, the long haul. And that's what we do as a consulting firm. We try to help agencies and individuals look at over a period of time, how can you reduce your impact on using energy more efficiently?
Okay. All right. Thanks very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Since I had one question. Jim, in this space, since you operate in this, could you describe how much is 2,000 lumens?
I'm not a lighting expert. I look at energy efficiency. I don't study lighting, however. Aaron can go ahead, Aaron. Can you for 2,000 lumens? Come on down.
I'm sorry, let me speak into the microphone. For 1,780 lumens, you would use a 100-watt incandescent light bulb. So to get 2,000 lumens, you would use a little over 100 watts. But don't get wattage confused with lumens. I have a laser pointer that's several hundreds of thousands of lumens, but it only points a little spot, the tip of your pin. It's not the way to do LASIK. It is a way to point out the stars at night, though, to our kids. Thanks.
Thank you. Those are the names that I have on the roster. Is there anyone in the audience who didn't sign that would like to speak? Paul?
I'm Paul Bingham, 236 West Delaware Circle. Been there 48 years and enjoyed most of them. Good evening, Council. Just 2 points very quickly. Number one, I agree with Pam and Dr. Stensel and the telescope shop. From the discussion that's gone here tonight, it seems to me like this ought to be postponed and done a little bit more work on. I think it sounds like Jan's done a fine job, but maybe a little bit more work is in order. The second item, I see in here outdoor advertising signs. About a year ago, you folks discussed outdoor advertising signs, and more specifically signs that in which the text blinks. South Broadway has a bunch of these. It's an increasing thing along, about 6,800 block and on south into 8,000 block. There's also a new one showing up on Littleton Boulevard over, wild guess, 300, 400, 500 block. Big one on the front of a liquor store. So I'm wondering, those are obviously, to me, non-conforming signs per the sign code, and this code has outdoor advertising signs in it. There's some overlap, and I'm wondering if that situation should be included here. So that's about it. I'm just wondering how we handle those signs that look to me like they're non-conforming. Is it the sign code, or is it here, or maybe even somewhere else? I don't know if any of you folks have a comment as to where that should be handled. I'd listen. Otherwise, I'll let it be.
That's a good question. Thank you, Paul. Anybody else? Okay, seeing no one, can I get a motion?
I'm going to move that the public hearing be closed.
Second on that? Anybody?
Second.
Motion.
Close the public hearing.
Okay, we have a motion to close a public hearing in a second. Vote.
Vote is 6 in favor. The motion's approved.
Okay, we will start with discussion, and I would suggest that if there is a series of amendments to be made, it sounds like there may be a few coming our way. Do we want to start with that, or do we want to start with some discussion? Turn it off.
Yeah. There you go.
Thank you.
I suggest we start with amendments.
Okay, then let's do that.
You got to make regular.
You need a motion first to start with your amendments.
Okay.
Yeah, all you've done is close the public hearing right now.
Okay, can I get a motion?
Well, I'm right. I move the ordinance repealing Chapter 15 of Title 10 and reenacting a new Chapter 15 pertaining to outdoor lighting requirements be approved with the changes suggested by city staff as described on Exhibit A dated September 6, 2011, and that council president be authorized to sign the ordinance and the ordinance be published by posting at Littleton Center, Bemis Library, the municipal courthouse, and on the City of Littleton website.
Second to move the process.
Okay, discussion or an amendment? Jim.
Okay. I'm going to move to replace 10-15-3 with the Exhibit A that was presented to us tonight.
That was the motion, though.
That's already included in the main motion, Mr. Taylor.
That was the motion on the first page.
It included Exhibit A.
I'm sorry. Okay. Then I will make another motion. I move that we add, wherever it is supposed to be, a clarification that lights as built meets the plan that's been approved. You need to clean up that language, but the intent is whatever plan is approved with a lighting plan in it, that it gets built that way.
That's just as clarification, as Mr. Cernanek had talked about validation. Is that the point you're trying to get at there with the inspection and validation?
No,
Okay.
I'm getting to the point that Jan mentioned in her presentation, that we need to have when plans are presented with lighting plans in there, that they get built according to the way the plans are presented and approved. That's what I'm after.
You guys have language you want? All right. Ms. Dickinson says she knows what you mean.
I knew she would.
And for council, she's saying that we've got that in the old code. Do you want that exact language, or do you trust Ms. Dickinson?
I trust her to make it conform with this.
All right.
I'll second it.
Well, I'd like for the public record to have that identified, not just that it's there, but I'd like it out on the table.
I'm sorry, you'd like...
What that language is
do you have
in
that?
current
Okay.
code.
She's requesting that language.
It was in the material that was presented to us. I just don't have the...
It's actually, I'll find it here in the old code here. This is what it says in the old code. It says, for all projects where the total initial output of the proposed lighting equals or exceeds 100,000 lamp lumens, certification that the lighting as installed conforms to the approved plan shall be provided by an illumination engineer before the certificate of occupancy is issued. Until the certification is submitted, approval for the use of certificate of occupancy shall not be issued for the project. That's what's in the current code. That's
Do you want to reference a page
section
number?
1015-7E.
1015-7E.
of our current code.
But my intent is to not get quite so detailed and complicated. I want to keep this as simplified as we can. And that's why I didn't really want the exact same language that we have now.
Okay.
I wanted something more simple.
Are you just looking at the grandfathering side? Is that what we're getting at? That the plans that are up?
No, I think he's looking, I thought you were intending like new development that we have that has new lighting installed. Right now, what we get from these folks is, it's pretty simple. We get a letter from them that basically says that they are certifying that the lighting installed is in compliance with the approved plan, and then they put their stamp on it because it's usually an engineer or something, and it's not real complicated what we actually get.
Jan, in response to Councilman Taylor's question, do you have a streamlined version of that section that you'd want to suggest?
Maybe she wants to take a few minutes to think about it because I've got some other amendments I can offer while she's doing it.
Okay, so what you're suggesting, Mr. Taylor, is maybe a more simplified, more straightforward version than that?
That's correct.
Okay.
To keep this stuff straight, do we want to vote on these incrementally or wait till they're all on the table?
Well, I think we need to wait for Jan to come forth with specific language that might meet the intent of what my motion is. So this gets delayed until that language is presented to us.
Okay.
I have another amendment I'd like to offer. In the material that was presented to us for this meeting, on 1015-2, Section D, which is on page 2, all the things that listed there that are now prohibited, I would move to eliminate those and put them under Section 10-15-5, which gives us modification. It puts it under the modification section.
1015-2, and what letter? D?
D is in dog on the prohibitions.
Okay, move it to?
Move it to 10-15-5 under A.
So have A would be uses and prohibitions?
It would not become a prohibition when it moves under uses. It would become a use that is allowable according to the opening paragraph of that section. And the
So you would,
section B.
just as clarification, you would convert, your motion would convert the prohibited uses to modified uses.
To the modified uses.
That's your legislative intent here.
Yes, that would, under section B of 1015.5, it talks about how the uses in A would be approved or disapproved. And I want to put those prohibitions in that section.
And call them prohibitions?
No, they wouldn't be called prohibitions. What you do would be moving.
To give discretion?
Okay, let me start this again. I'm going to move to eliminate section D out of 1015-2. Move it, those three items that are there, laser light sources, searchlights, and flashing lights, under A, under 1015-5, because then number B will tell how those are going to be determined.
Under the procedures.
Yes, sir.
So okay. So essentially, your legislative intent is to move those three prohibited uses, put them, you add them basically to, you'd have 12 modified uses, and then they would all be regulated or reviewed under B.
Because I think there's some extenuating circumstances that could come up.
That's your intent?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'll second it for discussion.
I think there can be extenuating circumstances that come up that, for example, a laser light show, the way you read the prohibitions is not allowed. But under certain circumstances, we may want to allow one 10 years from now or 5 years from now
So
or
you're
next
looking
month.
for, your intent, it sounds like, is flexibility.
That's correct. It gives more flexibility, which is where we started out with this when we had the study session in April, was allow more flexibility for staff to come forth with what we're doing with the lighting ordinance.
Is there any more discussion on the amendment?
Yes. If you're looking at 5, 10 years, whatever time frame down the line, I think that somebody could consider amending this at that point. I'm voting against this.
Bruce?
No, I don't have any conversation on this.
Okay, ready to vote? The amendment is to take 1015-2-D and move it to 1015-5-A. Everybody vote?
The vote is 3 in favor, with Councilwoman Cole, Councilman Stallman, and Councilman Trujillo voting no. Tie vote is defeats the motion.
Okay. Another amendment?
Another amendment?
Mm-hmm.
On page 2 of the ordinance, under line 30. I want to eliminate the last part of that line, to be essential to the historic character of the building, structure, or district.
So you would stop at, there would be the sentence would end after Director of Community Development?
That's correct.
All right.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Okay, no discussion. Ready to vote?
The vote is 5 in favor, with Councilwoman Cole voting no. That motion is approved.
I have a question that I would need to ask. On page 3, never mind.
I have some language for you if you.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to go back to your first amendment
which was clarification that lights as built meets the plan as approved.
On page 9, correct?
So Jan, I think, will tell us where it
Yeah,
probably needs to
well,
fit.
yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I'll.
On the
Would you
Sterling
be comfortable with
codifiers?
me putting it, no, actually, that Sterling codifiers is the current code. Right. So this would go in the proposed code, and
Okay.
if you would all just trust me to put it in the right place. This is the language proposed. For all projects where a lighting plan has been approved, a certificate of installation shall be provided before a certificate of occupancy can be issued.
Read that again one more time.
For all projects where a lighting plan has been approved, a certificate of installation shall be provided before a certificate of occupancy can be issued.
And the certificate of installation is provided by whom?
Well,
Certified engineer? Or,
it's usually by their lighting
electrical
engineer or electrical engineer.
should that be in there?
I can add that in. That's what we had before.
Well, somebody has to
Right.
have responsibility for doing that letter.
Jen, typically, when they do these
I
photometric-
get it from their electrical engineer usually.
Why don't you just add you want to by electrical engineer?
Or equivalent.
That sounds good. Or equivalent, are you okay with that? Because usually they've hired their electrical guy that's doing all their lighting and blah, 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 yeah. I'm sorry, can you read it one more time? Okay. For all projects where a lighting plan has been approved, a certificate of installation by the electrical engineer or equivalent shall be provided before a certificate of occupancy can be issued.
Jim, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Any discussion?
You
Yes.
already did the first. Did I second it first? Yes. Oh, okay.
No.
Phil second.
Okay,
So
here we
dis-
go. Here we go. Here we go.
Discussion.
Okay,
So-
discussion. Peggy.
So somebody's going to install something, and they're the ones that are going to say this is what was installed? What's to keep them from just telling a big fib?
They've signed and certified a letter and put their stamp on it.
Yeah?
They have a license.
Yeah?
They lie on their license, that they deal with their liabilities. It's no different than an architect or a civil engineer or a mechanical
Is that-
engineer.
I mean, we send out our inspectors to inspect things when people get permits here to do something at their property. You know, if you want to install new electrical stuff or you install a new roof, the roofer doesn't send to the city the certification that he installed it right. You guys do a darn good job going out there and seeing if they really did what they were supposed to. It doesn't make sense to me that somebody polices himself.
Well, it's essentially what we do now with the
We do that with
photometric
engineered
plans.
foundations and all that,
Well,
you know.
yeah, so maybe I'm not quite following the logic then, why we send our inspectors at other stuff. I'm not trying to be too feisty, I'm just not seeing I'm not
You know,
seeing-
again, it's a matter, if you're suggesting that we send out, we could retain our own outside inspector. I mean, in the building inspection department, there's a lot more liability at risk. So, you know, you've got a lot of public safety issues there. So it is a lot more intense.
But, and then I'm thinking of the case we had that's lighting at the Mercedes, where the wrong lighting was installed. Is that not true?
That's not true.
Oh, what did happen?
Their complaint was that he installed their lighting in their display lot. And the problem the car dealerships had is that our code only allowed them to have a maximum of 35-foot candles on those lights in their display lots. And those burned down significantly within the first year. So the light readings that were done were showing much lower than 35-foot candles. That's what was going on. And the car dealerships were wanting us to allow a much larger lumen allowance for the initial foot candle reading for the display lots to allow for that added burn off that goes on in the first year or two.
Okay.
That's
Okay, so.
That's what the-
so
that's
that-
what the deal
that
was with the
example
car
doesn't work,
dealership.
but I
Yeah.
think my other examples do. I'm just not understanding that.
No, but, you know, but I think it's just a level of detail, Dr. Cole. I mean, like, as they said, we have certifications on concrete, we have certifications on foundations. I mean, the engineers are putting their professional livelihood on the line. I mean, if they got nailed, then they're risking their professional certification. I mean, obviously, if we thought somebody was in violation, we could bring in an outside expert.
Who carries the cost of change if there's a if indeed I'll use the trespass as an easy example. If the trespass exceeds, the light level exceeds the ordinance, but the equipment was installed as the plan, what happens?
I don't know. Trespass?
Well, my belief, if a client hired a lighting engineer to do his photometric plan and his lighting design, and the plan he designed, all the numbers showed that it complied, and they go through and they put the fixture in that consultant recommended, and it didn't produce correctly, then that, my opinion is that's an issue between the client and the consultant.
Okay, so does the client turn the lights off till they come in compliance?
That they would have to, probably.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
And there are other circumstances where we have
happen, yeah.
disagreements between, it may be other kinds of design issues, a sign issue where it's been installed perhaps improperly, and that's something that sometimes the architect, the engineer, the contractor, and the owner are all pointing fingers at each other, and we just say, you guys got to figure it out. But that's their responsibility.
And until that's figured out, they're in compliance by just not having the lights on.
Correct.
Okay, wanted the clarification.
Yes, sir.
Any more discussion? Okay. So we are voting on Jim's amendment to rephrase 1015-7-E from the old code to what Jan read.
And placed appropriately in the new ordinance.
Correct. You vote?
The vote is 4 in favor, with Councilwoman Cole voting, and I'm sorry, Councilman Trujillo voting no. The motion's approved.
Okay. Any more amendments? Jim?
No.
I got
Peggy?
several, but Bruce had his hand up before I did.
I can wait.
Sorry.
Either way.
Okay, well, I've got
Rock,
several.
paper, scissors.
See if I can find these. I move to delete exemption 8.
Okay, tell us where that's at.
That's in the supplemental stuff that we got. Pardon? Oh, I'm sorry. I got away from myself there. I move to delete exemption 8, which is in Exhibit A that we got.
Is there a second?
Wait a minute, where?
In section 8, second page.
Ah, okay. What you want to,
Is there a second?
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
You need a second to discuss,
Her motion was to eliminate 8.
to delete it.
Okay, never mind. I think I understand what she's doing. Okay.
Okay. Is there a second? No second. It fails.
Okay, just a second. Then went to amend to delete on page 2. Trying to keep track of these things. E4.
No.
No, this,
We're
sorry.
into the,
I'm sorry, I forgot we had two.
So just for clarification, illumination of America and the state flag poles, public art, and monuments?
Yes.
Okay, and then your motion is to delete that?
It's delete that as an exemption.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
we'd have to.
Just clarifying for the staff.
okay. So the motion, is there a second on that? Hearing no second. Motion fails.
Okay, I've got more. This one is minor, so I hope it works. In that same section, number 6, the lighting on designated historic buildings or structures, or add the word in or in districts. Makes no sense otherwise, I think.
So you're adding in.
The word in.
In front of districts.
Yes.
In districts.
Is there a second? No second. Motion fails. Motion fails.
Okay, just a second. I'm on a roll here. On page 2, I think, still, we got that one. Sorry, just a second. Oh, Jan, so I need your help on this. Since you've used the term adverse impacts, can you get us a definition for that?
Where are you?
It's in a couple different places.
The one I remembered is on Exhibit A under C, lighting curfews. It says be imposed, limit the adverse impacts. That's the one place that I saw it for sure.
Yeah, it's in the original
and it may be somewhere in the original. And
yes,
so what Dr. Cole had asked was there a specific definition of adverse impacts?
Jan?
She's saying we have to research it. She doesn't have a definition.
We don't, we don't have a ready answer for that.
So this is just going to be a heads up. I'm going to be moving the table until the next regular meeting so we can at least get a definition for it.
I'll take a stab at it.
Okay.
I think really what you're looking at as adverse impacts, sometimes you can't define
Just a second, Glenn. We're going to need a second on Peggy's to discuss.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Glenn. That's all right.
Was she making a motion?
Yeah, she's making a motion.
To add a definition of adverse impacts.
Seeing no second, motion fails.
Half a second. I didn't get to find all these in here, so maybe I can get some help from you all. I would like to substitute for the Community Development Director, the DRC, where there's any need to modify or override or whatever. Maybe you can quickly help me find all the places where that is.
Peggy, if you want to make a motion that wherever it occurs, it's replaced by something else, we could do that.
So
if
where
you
we
can get
have
a second.
something along the lines of the wording in here on one of these, determined by the Director of Community Development, I would substitute DRC.
Okay, the motion is to substitute DRC wherever Community Development Director occurs in the...
I'll second that.
Okay, you have a second. Discussion?
What, I guess, the DRC, what's staff's feeling on this? I mean, are we talking about something that requires DRC level involvement?
We'll let the Community Development Director speak to that.
The one thing it would add is time. The DRC only meets once a week. It's 4 members. We got to make sure they're all together. So I think the reason we had the Community Development Director in there is just to provide more flexibility, quicker decisions. In fact, I think one part actually says if I get stuck on something, I go use the DRC as a reference base, something to utilize.
Theoretically, if somebody doesn't like your answer, they can appeal it to the DRC?
Right.
Okay, more discussion? Okay, voting on an amendment to substitute DRC for Community Development Director where it appears in the code. Everybody vote. Joe?
The vote is Dr. Cole in favor and 5 votes against. The motion fails.
Peggy, do you have more?
That's all, thank you.
Anybody else? Bruce?
Got one.
Okay.
In deference to the considerable citizen input and work on this thing, I very much respect your guys' commitment and passion to these issues. The challenge, of course, is taking, I guess it's a challenge with a lot of these things, is taking the broad construction and trying to narrow it to something that's more or less actionable as far as an ordinance is concerned. In that regard, I'm going to try and take a shot at that broadly. And I'm going to move, well, I'll tell you why I'm going to do it, and then I'll tell you what I'm doing. But the gentleman suggested that 2,000 lumens was something more than a 100-watt light bulb. And Jan suggested that 40,000 lumens was more or less what we've got in the parking lot per lamp pole or per light. Per light or per lamp? Huh? Per lamp. Okay, so there's 2 lamps on a pole. All right, so per lamp. So I'm going to move that in Exhibit A, 10-15-3, subsection A, that 2,000 lumens be changed to 20,000 lumens, which would make it more broadly applicable, but yet not go so far as to require people to start modifying parking lot structures and lamps. So I think anyway, I'll make that motion.
Okay, the motion is in Exhibit A, 1015-3-A, we would substitute 2,000 lumens for 20,000 lumens.
20,000 for 2,000.
Okay, yeah, change 20,000, or change 2,000 to 20,000. Right. Is there a second?
I'll second that. I'm going to think about this.
I guess I'd like to hear staff's opinion.
Yeah, I think we'd like some clarification. We're not quite clear as to what the councilman's intent is.
So what I'm seeing is that you are proposing to raise that cap from 2,000 to 20,000, which would mean that somebody that wants non-fully shielded lighting could have almost 20,000 lumens worth of light that's not fully shielded.
That was not, maybe I'm misreading it then.
That's that, yeah.
Let me back up.
Okay.
Lighting fixtures having an initial output greater than or equal to 2,000 lumens should be fully
So if you're over 2,000,
So if
then
you're
it
over
has to be
2,000,
fully-
you have to be fully
all
shielded.
outdoor lighting fixtures having an initial input less than 2,000. Okay, I'm backwards on the whole thing then. My apologies. Yeah, what I was intending to do was cover more, reduce. So you're basically the way this then is written is anything over a 100-watt light bulb roughly
Yes.
has to be fully shielded.
Yes, sir.
To 45 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're saying.
Yes.
So that would cover parking lot lights.
Well, the parking lot lighting could be 40,000 lumens, but it's fully shielded.
But
See,
not to 45 degrees.
There's no cap on the I'm not proposing a cap on the lumens on a fixture that's fully shielded, because that light is not going up. Yeah. Any non-fully shielded light that might be going out or a little bit up, that's capped to less than 2,000 lumens or the 100-watt incandescent light bulb that he suggested.
Okay, all right. And then go back on the 40, shall not be aimed at more than 45 degrees. Okay, so if it's less than 2,000 lumens or a 100-watt light bulb, for the sake of an argument, it's got to be limited to 45 degrees.
Right.
Okay, all right. I guess, all right, so only,
If it's mounted at the ground, yeah. I mean, you can have a decorative fixture that's got a solid top that
All
has,
right.
you know.
yeah, so I guess, all right, then let me withdraw that motion because that's completely counter to where I was going.
Okay.
You need
So
Jim's approval for that.
We've got a second,
Jim,
so
if,
can either vote it down or you.
Under Parliament, Robert's rules, I think because it has been made and seconded, you need to go to a vote.
Let's
and you
vote.
can vote
All right.
against it. That's
Okay.
the easiest, simplest way to take care
All
of it.
right, fine.
The motion is to change 2,000 to 20,000 in Exhibit A, 1015-3A.
For the record, it's a stupid idea, so don't vote for
A
it.
yes vote would approve the stupid idea. Okay.
The vote is 6 against, the motion fails.
Peggy?
I think that's a record break.
All right.
Nice one.
Yeah.
You got a second one?
No, yeah,
Ouch.
They were over here whispering.
yeah. My bad.
Okay, do we have any more amendments?
It's like making sausage, just remember that.
Any more? Do we vote on the original motion? With all
Okay,
the
so-
amendments?
So this would be the point at which a person would move to table the motion to the next time if one wanted to make that motion? Right?
This would be
Yes.
the point.
Yes. So I move to table to next time, to the next regular meeting.
Second.
She said the next regular meeting.
Yeah, but it should really be a motion to postpone, is what Wendy's saying.
And then you want my reason? Number one, I'd like to see what the devil we just did in print. And number two, I would like to give citizens who are here and at home watching or whoever they are the chance to make any more specific recommendations of how we could make this better in its current form if somebody sees something.
Bruce?
Peggy, I guess, let me ask you, though, nothing prevents further modification,
No, it's
perfection
just
being the
that
enemy
my
of good.
main emphasis is on making sure I know what in the world we just amended. I scribbled down a whole lot. I'd like to
Right.
see it in a form that has total integrity to see how it reads through. So,
Okay.
and I don't think that's slowing down the process anything significant.
Joe?
Yeah, Joe. Other council, Jim?
Wendy, you may need to check, but I think we only did 2 amendments. One was putting in Section A, which is in the motion that was made originally, and the one that I did on page 2,
Line 30.
on line 30 and 31. And I think those are the only 2 amendments that we have for the ordinance.
That's correct.
Yeah, those are the only 2 that passed.
Yes, those are the only 2 that passed. That's correct. Yep. You got 2. 2 amendments to the main motion that passed.
Is there additional discussion? Phil?
Just my comment is a lot of analysis has been done, a lot of discussion has been done. I think where it stands is a little bit simpler, and I can certainly understand the language changes we've made.
Anybody else?
Well, I think that we've had quite a few folks up here to talk about this, and given another week for clarification on everything we talked about isn't going to hurt anything. I will vote for it.
Bruce? We've been working on this ordinance for over 2 years, and staff's put in an incredible amount of time, and I think that we've had an incredible amount of public input. We're trying to make this simpler. I think that the 2 amendments that were made are appropriate, and also, they don't change the whole thing too substantively. So I am going to vote against this. I think this is in decent shape, and we should move on. Council ready to vote? We're voting for a postponement till next regular meeting.
The vote is 2 in favor, with Councilman Cernanek, Councilman Taylor, Councilman Brinkman, and Councilman Stallman voting no. The motion fails.
Okay, we're back to the original motion. And do we need to read that again? Everybody know where we're at? Okay.
Debbie, you need to clear the board for your next vote.
There's a lot of buttons. Okay, everybody ready to vote? Voting on the original motion with the amendments.
You want to, any discussion first?
Oh, is there any discussion? Bruce?
Well, yeah, all right, I guess my sense of this is a couple of things. And again, to reiterate, a lot of respect for the folks that have come in and have made comments tonight, and certainly the emails that we were receiving, and it's good stuff. Would very much, if this passes, would very much like and encourage people to continue to help us improve the quality of the ordinance. That having been said, I think the essence of what's in 1015.3 sub A in terms of the shielding standards, as well as and I noted this the other day when I was looking at the old code as well, 1015.1 purpose and intent says it is the intent of this chapter to find practical and effective measures to evaluate and limit off-site lighting impacts which result in quote-unquote glare and light pollution while preserving safe environment, so forth and so on. Glare and light pollution is new language that was not in the original code that's being replaced. So the fact that now we are identifying those as things to be avoided, I think, is a positive attribute of this particular exercise. But the combination of that, as well as what we're doing in subsection A, as well as the concerns that staff had about applying and actually working with the old code, to me make this on balance something that's a plus for the community and the citizens and the businesses broadly, and I think it's something worth supporting.
Any more discussion? Yes, Phil.
In general, an advocate for dark skies, probably not swallowing it as wholly as some. I think what happens with this is the proof is going to be in the pudding, and what we're getting is something that's more practical and enforceable. Some of it will depend upon complaints, but the aspect of it's an easier measurement, particularly with regard trespass that's there, and it provides for essentially fairly full shielding with some exceptions of decorative lighting, and that's kind of a little bit that I see in the character of Littleton. So I'd urge a vote for.
Any additional discussion?
Yes, and I'd at least like to comment. I really wish we would have decided to give 2 more weeks on this, but I appreciate all the work that's gone in. I really appreciate the citizen input. I hope that we will, in the long term, but not too long a term, pursue the energy efficiency piece. There might be things we could do to not just encourage, kind of like pat on the back, but maybe give incentives for people to switch over to more energy efficient outdoor lighting and to reduce the adverse impacts. And and so forth. I will vote for this, but only because I think it is better than what we now have, and I hope we will continue moving forward.
Additional discussion? Ready to vote?
The vote is 6 in favor. The motion's approved.
Okay, we're on to general business. Jim, you have a...
Council, are
Jeff?
you interested in a break? You want to keep working?
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. How about we take a 10-minute break? What time?
Now from citizens about issues at Trailmark, and Chief Mullen and I, we're going to kind of tag team this tonight, but we thought we would just give you some staff feedback on what the options are, given some of the comments and suggestions that you've heard over the past several weeks. So then I'll just start out here. So we looked at some options, and then we just tried to scope it out a little bit.
Can we dim the lights a little? Speaking of
was
lights,
gonna
the glare's killing me.
Maybe the glare's killing you.
Is that a pun or what?
I can't
Further.
see it. All right. These don't help.
So we're just kind of, you've had it. So the issues are, as you've heard over the last several weeks, there's been kind of two issues. One has been the ISO rating, the notice that Chief Mullen received from ISO, and for people who are watching, that's the Insurance Service Organization.
Services Office.
Services Office, thank you, Councilman Cernanek, which is a private, for-profit industry consultant, provides ratings for the insurance industry. And they had advised Chief Mullen that a rating for Trailmark was effective September 1 was going to go from a 3 rating to a 9 rating, and then apparently in a phone conversation, and we'll talk about these data points that Chief Mullen had with an insurance agent, that the insurance rates would go up for the citizens of Trailmark. So they approached you. Then you seem to get a number of comments also about fire service and response times. So it seems that over the past several weeks, council's gotten a somewhat wide array of comments, blending ISO, what are you doing about the ISO rating, and response times, and are we ever going to get a station out at Trailmark? So we kind of packaged all that into one and just tried to comment on that to kind of do a little bit of scoping as to what those options may or may not look like. So the first one we talked about was option 1, which was build a new station in Trailmark, which you've had some people indicate that it was planned that way. They felt like a station needed to be built there. So we did a financial overview. We've commented verbally on this, but we thought we would go on record tonight. It's about $2.5 million to construct a fire station, give or take. That's what it cost us 3 or 4 years ago, Chief, when we built Station 12. We built a new Station 12 on Broadway, and it was about $2.5 million. So that's probably still a good ballpark estimate. And then to fully staff it, as Mike accurately said, there's no such thing as a substation. You either build a station or you don't. But a 24/7 paramedic and engine company is roughly $2 million to operate. So we just added, assuming that we'd probably do a GO bond to construct the station. I just took an annual principal and interest of, say, 4% on a 20-year bond. So you'd have $184,000 a year in principal and interest payments, and then you add that with the $2 million to annually operate it, to staff it. You've got an annual financing of $2.184 million. I calculated to fund that, you'd need a property mill levy to meet annual debt service and operating cost of 3.6 mils based on our current, we raise about $600,000 per mil based on our current property tax. That I think something that's we've been listening to people who've been coming up here talking to you, but that is not a decision that this council can make unilaterally. Under the Tabor Amendment, which Mike certainly well knows about, that would have to go to a vote, to an election of all city voters. So to increase the mill levy to 3.6 mils required to build that station and operate it would take a vote of the people. Yes, sir, Mr. Taylor.
Why isn't the 184,000 added to the 2.5 instead of the 2? Because the construction is 2.5.
No, sir, but that's the debt, principal and interest, sir, to amortize the $2.5 million. I'm sorry I didn't make that clear.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's your P&I to finance that 2.5.
Okay.
Thank you. So then we did a cost performance analysis, and just some factoids that I think, again, so part of the discussion here, if the council wanted to move forward with this, is not going to be just what these 7 people sitting up here are going to do. You're going to have to involve the other 94% of citizens who live in Littleton, in addition to the 800 households that live in Trailmark. So in the entire service area, Littleton Fire, which includes the city of Littleton, Highlands Ranch, and the Fire Protection District, we average about 12,000 calls a year. I think if you look in the 2011 budget, our 2011 operating budget's $15.6 million, so our average cost per call is about $1,250. The average number of calls at Trailmark over the last 3 years has been about 45 calls. So if you were to place a station right in Trailmark to be dedicated to serve Trailmark, you're looking at a pretty excessive cost of about $48,000 per call. The advantages of this is that certainly we would anticipate with a station right in Trailmark would retain the ISO rating 3, and it certainly would reduce response times dramatically to the Trailmark subdivision. The disadvantages, as I pointed out, is that since it has to go to a vote, that amount of the mill levy for those number of calls could be very difficult to get the other voters in Littleton to go along with. Now, some of the testimony you heard was said, well, you don't really have to, maybe you wouldn't have to build a station right in Trailmark, but maybe you could just move it closer so that we would get within the 5 miles that ISO says you have to have the 3 rating. So Chief Mullen and I took a look at that. And so this is the entire fire service, and we looked at this, the 2 obvious candidates, and you can see kind of down in this corner, here's Trailmark right here, and then here's the boundaries of the district. So the 2 obvious candidates to move would be Station 16 and Station 13. The Chief and I, Chief, I don't know if you might want to comment on this or not, but when we looked at that, there's another point I want to make here is that any decision, this is still not a decision that the Littleton City Council can make on its own. We do not own Station 13. Station 13 is owned by the Littleton Fire Protection District. So to contemplate moving that station, we would have to have the concurrence of the Littleton Fire Protection District. And Station 16, the city, we own 1/3 of that station. So our 2 partners, Highlands Ranch and the Fire Protection District, own 2/3 of that station. So any political or financial decision to move those stations would have to involve both the Fire Protection District and the Highlands Ranch partners. Yes, sir.
Where's the West Metro Station? That's
Chief Mullen, can you come up here and maybe point for me where that? Well, look at him. Show off.
Show that again.
Show it again, Mr. Show Off. Oh, all right.
It's actually further south than where you were pointing.
It's about where the T is in Station 13.
Yeah, no, it's further south.
It's further south. It's
I think it's further south, Chief. Yeah.
It's on Chatfield.
I think it's right in there. Yeah, right in there. So, so we thought about now if we possibly, so Station 13, if you drive out there, let's assume we could find some land and move it. So the idea then would be to to move it further south, somewhere in here. But then you certainly, if you could find a location, and the district would have to, there'd have to be some negotiations about who would pay then for the $2.5 million to build a new station. So presumably you wouldn't have to hire a new company. You could save the operating cost. But as you can see, it's probably then going to cause some issues with the Fire Protection District in terms of what response times are going to be for their other citizens that are already paying for that station. So not impossible, and certainly would could be done less expensively than building the station in Trailmark, but probably. And Chief, I don't know if you want to comment about just coverage areas and response times, but we expect that the Fire Protection District would have some concerns about moving it further south. Yes, ma'am.
Would they need to take a vote of their citizens to do that, or could they?
Well, that's a good question, because if we were going to, we presume that we would GO bond it, which again would require a vote to build a station. And if they were going to go with the GO bond, I think they would have to take a vote also. If they could find the money, the capital money, and who knows what kind of negotiations we would have. If they had the capital money, they might not necessarily have to go to a vote. But if they were going to contemplate bond financing, as we were going to contemplate, then yes, ma'am, they certainly would have to go to a vote of their district citizens. And you can see that if they were to go into some public discussion about moving Station 13, let's say, a mile to the south, the chief and I would speculate that their citizens, their voters, would certainly have some questions about what the corresponding impact might be on their service. So what we're trying to say here is there's a whole raft of people that would have to be involved in that kind of discussion.
Could you?
Sure. Chief Mullen, come to the...
Just on this one, and that is, if we collectively decided to shut a station down and move it, our slowest station is Station 14. That's our slowest station. But even moving that slowest station down to Trailmark would cause us some concern with this area right here being then extended response time. Station 15, when Station 15 was built, it was built to be a temporary station. It was to be moved. That's why we built it as a house, that we thought that eventually what we would be doing is shutting this station down and moving it south to a better served area. Station 15 is now one of our busiest stations at that location. I also heard from other fire chiefs in just about any conference I've ever attended that tried to address stations, closing and opening stations. The only thing harder, it seems, to open a station in your neighborhood is to close a station that's in your neighborhood. And I'm thinking that South Metro has just gone through that too.
Okay, thank you, Chief. So the first one was the build and Trailmark option. The second one is close a station and move it. closer. Now, this is actually labeled option 2, but since we added the move it, I kind of put that in there. So this would be option 3, which we've discussed the automatic aid agreement with West Metro Fire Authority. Just based on some preliminary discussions between Chief Mullen and some of the West Metro people, we would anticipate that West Metro, in order to reenact an automatic aid agreement with us, which we had up until, I think, 2009, would require the equivalent of their current mill levy, which is 12.382. That's their operating mill. That would assessed or calculated against the property values, and Trailmark would require approximately $317,000. We think they would probably propose a 5-year contract period. It would probably scale up from a lower number, but the average would probably be in that $317,000 range annually for them to provide that service. Again, just for information for council members and your own citizens, the current, we've estimated based on Jefferson County tax rolls, in 2011, our total property tax revenue coming to the city from Trailmark, we estimated $167,000. The city provides fire, police, and street maintenance and plowing services for that money, and certainly they have the ability to come to our museum and our library, so forth. So just from that amount, if you were to just take the mill levy, the property tax that's being generated, we're still about $150,000 shortfall to enter into that kind of a contract, and that's discounting police and street service. Yes, Dr. Cole?
No, I don't think I brought this with me, but Mayor Clark did email us, I think all of us, about what he thought were additional revenues that come to us because of those citizens that come from other sources.
Yeah, and these are ballpark. He did say some things about building use tax and I think motor vehicle. In my judgment, those would not be significant, but if council wants to pursue this option, we could certainly fine line that and take it down to a detail, and I think these are probably going to be the big numbers, but if council's interested in this, we can certainly pursue this. Again, on the cost performance analysis, if we were to contract for the $317,000 at the average calls in Trailmark, 45 calls. So you've got an average cost per call of the $7,000. Certainly better than the $48,000 to build a station out at Trailmark, but still pretty significantly above the average $1,250 among all the participants. The advantages, we believe, based on preliminary discussions, that an automatic aid agreement with West Metro that included Trailmark would retain the ISO rating. We believe it could moderately reduce response times. I think we had one person who quoted a West Metro firefighter that they could, their average response times would be 4 minutes or something like that. I think we're a little bit, we're not sure that would be the case, we think, but certainly there'd be moderately reduced response times. This option would not require a tax election. And the other piece of it, we think in the agreement, it would allow Littleton Fire to use the West Metro training facilities. The disadvantages is to find a $370,000 cash payment would require cuts in other city services, and it's my judgment, and council can make your own judgment about this, but that would likely meet political resistance from your other city voters. And then option 3, which is actually option 4, that we took a look at would be if Trailmark wanted to detach from Littleton. And I gave you a little brief legal overview here. Section 6 of the Littleton City Charter, and there's some Colorado statutes. Your city attorney, Suzanne Starrett, can advise you on that. It does provide a process for property to detach from a municipality, so it's codified not only in the Littleton City Charter but in Colorado law. It would require a petition process by Trailmark property owners and a vote of all the registered voters within the city of Littleton. I wanted to point out, because 3 or 4 years ago we were out there at a meeting, and I know a couple of citizens said, well, if we ever did detach, what would happen, because we're on Denver Water. We've verified with Denver Water staff that Denver Water would continue to serve that area, so there would not be any risk of the area not being served by Denver Water. And Ken Carroll, sanitary water and sand district, but sanitary sewer service would continue to be provided. So basic services, water and sewer would not be at risk at all. The financial overview, I said unsubstantiated because the financial model here, we've been told, and I don't know how many data points we have in this, that insurance rates would go up approximately $600 to $800 annually. I've only heard anecdotal information about that, and Chief Mullen will comment on. We've been trying to get some verification of that from some other people in the insurance industry. So at this point in time, but that was the number that people have come to this microphone and said they think that's what it's going to be. I don't know if any of those people have actually gotten an invoice or heard from their insurance company, but that's the number we used. But I just wanted to point out we've not been able to actually substantiate that. It appears that they would go up, but so we're using that as a benchmark. So to analyze the financial impact of that, we pulled up the Jefferson County assessor records and the new taxes that would be imposed on Trailmark would be West Metro Fire Authority, the total mill, and they have the operating mill that was in the contract, but then they have a capital bond bill levy too to pay for some facilities that they built in the last few years, 13.784. I think I'll be close on this, but obviously the Trailmark people can go home tonight and pull out their property assessments and check these. Jefferson County Law Enforcement Agency, 3.2 mills, which provide the Jefferson County Sheriff. Jefferson County Library District, 3.2250. Foothills Parks and Rec, 7.464. So new property taxes of 27,673. However, then the following taxes would be eliminated. The City of Littleton, 6.662, and the South Suburban Parks and Rec, 6.689. So you would eliminate off of that, off of a detachment. There'd be a total net new property taxes, 14.142 mills. So we tried to see then how would this affect each individual property owner out there. We looked at the Jefferson County assessor records. The total assessed value for Trailmark properties in 2010, $25,104,000. Now remember, this is the assessed value. I think the actual value is somewhere in the $300 million range. But the assessed value, which is what you pay taxes on, according to Jefferson County, is $25 million. So an average assessed value, I just divided that by the 802 properties that are out there, 31,225 of an average assessed value. So if you applied that 14 net new mill levy, your average tax bill per property would increase approximately $442. We assume then that because they're now in the West Metro District, that the ISO rating would remain at a 3. So if the insurance increase of $6,800 is correct, and you're saving that now because you've retained the 3 rating, and you're paying the $442, then there could actually be a net yield per property of, say, $200 to $400 per household. The advantages of that, again, everybody can have their own opinion of this, but we thought that to go to a vote of all the citizens in Littleton, the notion of a detachment for Trailmark, if the Trailmark residents brought that forward, my guess is that might be looked on favorably by all the other voters in Littleton. You retain the ISO 3 rating, and there should be, again, a moderate reduction in response time. So, again, what we tried to do was combine the 2 issues, the ISO 3 rating and the insurance cost, and then you've heard about how can we improve response times. Disadvantages, modest increase in property taxes for Trailmark residents, but then, as we pointed out before, loss of property tax revenue for the city and South Suburban, and then as Dr. Cole said, if council is interested in those calculations, I think it'd be a little difficult to try to estimate, for example, motor vehicle purchase, because we don't know where that would go. But there are probably some other revenue losses that would come to the city. So
just a question then. So
yes, ma'am.
So we have this, and then we had, what was it, with one of the previous ones, if we wanted to finance a fire station out there, and you said the mill levy, so forth, but that would apply to everybody in the city. But what would be just roughly per 100,000 the mill levy increase would be if we did that to pay the bond? Because you have those sheets and I don't have those.
Yeah, I didn't. It's 3.6 mils, and I've got that right here. If Finance Director Farman was in the room, he'd probably calculate that for me, but I don't have that off the top of my head on a per $100,000 assessment. But if council's interested in pursuing this option, I could certainly get that information for you. So there is one other. We wanted to come to you tonight because we know people have been coming and making suggestions to you. We do have one other possible option, but it's in a very preliminary status right now. But given these, if council were interested in pursuing one of these, or if the Trailmark residents themselves wanted to take a look at our numbers, they could certainly vet our numbers and see if the detachment scenario would be appealing to them, or if you wanted us to pursue possibly moving a station closer. That takes some negotiations with our partners, finding a site, or if you wanted to consider going to a vote of the citizens or some other alternative. As Chief Mullen and I certainly don't think we have the market cornered on solutions, so we're open for any other ones that maybe we haven't thought of. So, Chief Mullen, do you want to make any other comments? Okay. For a civilian? Okay. He thought it was okay for a civilian. Yes, sir.
Isn't it correct that the ISO rating is a suggestion that would come from that office, but an insurance company may or may not pay any attention to what that rating may be? So,
and I'm going to have Chief Mullen, because we've been trying to pursue that, and there's been sort of some back and forth. Because Councilman Cernanek had brought up this same point. So I want to have Chief Mullen just comment on our efforts to try to get better, more concrete information on just how that might work.
In talking to ISO and talking to insurance carriers, it is my impression that all insurance carriers don't lend the same weight to the ISO rating. It's also my impression that very few of the insurance carriers are unaffected by the ISO rate. Now, what I've been told by ISO, and that is what they encourage consumers to do, is become good consumers, good shoppers, and go shopping for the best price. And when I ask this particular ISO representative, does that mean that if I do good shopping, that I'll end up approximately where I'm at with a level 3, going from a 3 to a 9? And he said, absolutely not.
Oh,
Now,
really?
it's going to increase. It will increase. But it depends on the insurance carrier how much increase you get. When the figures that we've been discussing, that $800 range, that's my range. That's the range that I got from my insurance carrier saying, if you go from a 3 to a 9, it's going to be $800 more a year. I haven't done my shopping yet.
Yeah, but that's because you're the fire chief.
Now, we are in contact with a broker who said he could certainly show us the way. He said he could not do anything about the ISO rating.
Right.
But he did say that he'd be able to at least give us alternatives and share those alternatives with citizens being affected by this. And that's what we're pursuing now. I did send that particular broker the information about Trailmark, my personal information, number of calls we've had out there, number of fires, amount of fire loss in the last 5 years. So he'll have all that information to be able to get some kind of handle on what the possibilities are for insurance carriers. Does that answer the question?
It does. And the service calls that go out there, the number of them, that includes not only fire but also medical? It's both, it's a combination?
The 45 calls that we have per year, that's all of it. We have very few fires. And he was only...
That includes all of them, yes, sir.
Chief, I was going to ask, I thought I had a recollection that the Fire Protection District actually had some operational issues with 13 that they had considered, or that it had come up in conversation that moving it was something that might be advantageous. Has that ever been broached as far as your knowledge is concerned? I'm not sure where I heard that.
Not as far as I know.
Okay.
I haven't heard any discussion concerning Station 13 being moved.
Okay, so as far as you're concerned, there wouldn't necessarily be any operational reasons to move it.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And this might be for either of you, I guess. Another thought was that if the residents of Trailmark wanted to increase their own mill levy by contracting, independently of us, just contracting with West Metro, then could they do that? And if they did that, then what would, then our fire department, LFR, would just disengage. We would not, we would be maybe auto aid. I don't know. But is that something that, how would that work? What would that?
I'd like to ask, we've asked Suzanne a little bit, a question about that.
Okay.
In terms of under state law, or would there be any preclusion? I think part of it would, you'd have to probably look at the articles of incorporation for the Metro District, but I'll let Suzanne comment about generally under state law whether that would be permissible.
And the Metro District, depending on their service plan, may or may not be able to enter into some kind of direct agreement. West Metro may also have issues trying to enter into an automatic aid agreement with a non-fire department. I think more likely something like that could be put together, but it would be more of a three-party agreement where the city is contracting with West Metro maybe the city's making a contribution and the metro district's making a contribution, but, you know, that could happen. The other thing that could happen is they could go directly to West Metro if they did an exclusion for fire protection out of the city and agreed to just pay the West Metro mill levy. So they could do that without.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
If they would just as opposed to a de-annexation, just cut from the fire.
Right.
And have theirs provided exclusively by West Metro.
Right, and it'd be an exclusion agreement. And usually you see those written in reverse, which is a city takes into an existing fire district, and the fire district then agrees to exclude from that area, and the city takes over that next minute at the execution of the agreement. But you could write one in reverse where the city no longer provides the service, and West Metro would pick up, it would become part of West Metro's district. Now,
So
initially they were in the Bancroft district, so I don't know how all of that would play.
So that option would be a direct contract option between Trailmark and West Metro.
And the cost would be the additional mill levy for West Metro, because there wouldn't be any cost savings from disengaging from us, would there?
Right,
That-
well,
no, ma'am,
depending on how you structure it, because ours is not set up as a dedicated fire mill levy. So that mill levy could potentially continue to exist on top of the 13, unless the city wanted to do some kind of rebate, or, I mean, we can't just take away that mill levy and not take everyone else's, because we don't have it dedicated for that, but, I mean, there are ways to make
There could be
what
some
you're saying
variations,
work.
though, if I think what Suzanne was, as we talked about it, that depending on what the council's interest was, the interest of the Trailmark citizens and West Metro, you'd have to sit down and kind of see if you could carve out some sort of an acceptable arrangement to everybody.
I guess, Suzanne, in considering that, does that create two classes of citizens for the people of Littleton?
Well, I don't think it does, because when you look at, you know, lots of other cities, I mean, taking Centennial for an example, they have South Metro, they have Littleton Fire Protection District, they have, depending on where you are in the lines, there are several different districts. They may be, I think they're all in Arapahoe Library, but there are other districts carved up, and people in Centennial pay different mill levies depending on where they live. And, you know, that's going to be true all over Aurora, too, where you have many different metro districts covering different things. So I'm not sure you would have a two-class argument. There's no requirement that we provide fire service. I mean, we have a charter that talks about it, but there's no requirement. It would require a amendment to the annexation agreement, certainly, because they were annexed in under a fire services.
Would we do that by ordinance?
Right. I think that ultimately it would all have to be mutually acceptable to the parties, because it would require the annexation ordinance to be amended. It would require an exclusion from the city and an entry into West Metro. And if there wasn't buy-off from the neighborhood, then those things wouldn't happen.
So just to come to closure, we still are pursuing, we're still trying to get some definitive response from the insurance industry. As Chief Mullins said, we have that one data point that was based on, quite frankly, a phone call to his broker. I don't know if others have actually called their brokers. But we're trying to chase that down, and then mainly our goal tonight was to kind of put some specific concrete numbers and options on some of these ideas that you've been hearing over the last several weeks. So hopefully it was constructive for you and maybe give you a little bit more of a knowledge base than you had over the past several weeks. And we're open to pursue any kind of research and analysis that council may be interested in. So, Chief, any other further comments? Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Jim, for your report. Might break a little with protocol in the meeting. And Mike, do you have any questions while we're kind of discussing this. Any loose ends? The documents that Jim presented, Jim, can we get Mike
I do have handouts.
Okay.
If Mike would like to take them.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but if
Yeah, I feel a little on the spot.
But-
You know, first of all, I appreciate you putting together the options, and if we could get copies of those, that would be great. I think, you know, a couple of the options that were listed will help with the ISO rating, but none of the options, at least when I was writing real fast and trying to pay attention, seemed as if they were going to help our response times much. And that, those are the two biggest concerns, the ISO rating and the response times. This is the first that I've learned that there was a potential for a firehouse to be relocated. Thinking out loud, the only other option that I see, and I don't know how this works legislatively, but if there were to be a firehouse closer to Trailmark or even in Trailmark, one, I assume that firehouse would cover more than just Trailmark. So the cost to me that you had mentioned, Mr. Woods, seems high per call if the firehouse would serve other portions of Littleton. And then secondly, you know, I am willing to discuss with the residents of Trailmark if there is a bump of some sort in a mill levy specifically for Trailmark remaining with the city of Littleton for a firehouse closer or in Trailmark. That's something that we can go to our constituents with to discuss. If only the residents of Trailmark have a bump in a mill levy, if it's from 662 to whatever, we can discuss that. And I don't know how legislatively that works with the rest of the city, but what I'm saying is that we would be willing to talk to our citizens about an increase for them only, Trailmark residents only, to stay within the city of Littleton, as long as, you know, we could be assured that we would have better fire protection services. So kind of thinking out loud, but I don't have any questions right now. That doesn't mean I won't. Thank you.
Okay. So moving on, we are at council reports. City manager.
Just to remind you, council, that next week, starting Monday night, you will be working on your 2012 budget, 7 p.m. And I think Mr. Farman's planning on three nights for you, and he will be putting a tentative agenda for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday in your packets on Thursday. So just to gently remind you that you'll be doing that next week. That's all I have.
The attorney?
I don't have anything.
Can I add on Jim's? I'm sorry.
Sure.
I have 9 applicants for the licensing authority.
Fabulous.
I have 9 applicants.
That's great.
Wanted to make sure everybody was still awake. And we're supposed to have on Wednesday, we're supposed to have starting the interviews at 6 o'clock next Wednesday.
Ooh, we have budget.
At 7.
At 7.
We can't do 9 of them in an hour.
No, you can't. So that's what I was just saying. If Doug was expecting that all 3 nights were going to be used, we may have to do something else. So what that'll be, I don't know.
So if we could start them earlier, which we might not be able to, we could do them Wednesday night.
Yes, the problem is that I know that some of you have other jobs and you've missed a lot from your other jobs because of the city manager search, and then we're going to have for the budget, and there's just been a lot going on. So I just need some help from council. What would you like me to do?
Well, the other possibility might be to interview some before 2 nights or 3 nights.
Well, what about moving it to the next week?
There was a conflict for some reason on, I'm sorry, the 15th. There's a conflict that night.
It's the regular council
21st.
meeting.
What about the 21st, Wednesday?
That's a possibility.
Oh,
That work for council?
the 21st?
But that's another
Yeah, it's a
day.
Wednesday night.
That's another day in your schedule. I know it's late and everything, but I just, next Thursday's or Wednesday's going to come quick. And we need to, I haven't even gotten, it's not closed yet. I could get more tomorrow. It doesn't close until tomorrow at 5.
I couldn't do the 21st because that's Dr. Cock board meeting night.
I think that was one of the reasons that I looked at that.
I think the options are we could start every night, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday at 6 o'clock to do interviews for an hour before we start the budget session. Or we just go on Wednesday and start earlier.
That's completely up to council. I know it's difficult to get, for some people to get here earlier than 6 o'clock, so.
Think they're checking their schedules
I
here
see
real
that.
quick, so.
I just know it's complicated, and it's just been so busy, I didn't have really a day to pick. Sorry. I
Well,
just
if
got
we-
2 more while we were sitting here, that's why.
Those two add up to the 9?
Yeah,
Okay.
that add up to 9.
So we're looking at 15 minutes each, so we've got we've got 2.5 hours. So I'm okay with spreading it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and adding an hour to each of those, starting at 6, getting 4 interviews done and moving to budget. And then on Wednesday, we'd have an extra half hour to make our decisions, as long as we don't get a bunch more. I don't know how else we would fit it in. Are you guys okay with doing 6 o'clock 3 nights in a row like that? Phil?
And we couldn't do it the 27th. That's what I was going to do. I was going to move it to the 27th, but the District 1 meeting is the 27th, so we can't do it that night either. So you guys are just booked.
I'm
Want to
okay
let me
with
know
doing
tomorrow?
6.
Everybody
Okay.
email me tomorrow, or what do you want to do?
Can we give her a go now? 12, 13, 14, we start at 6.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to start scheduling interviews, so if that works for everybody? Yes? Yes? Okay, that's what we'll do then. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Cole.
Half a second, I'm writing it right there. I have a request of staff. So I wrote a little statement here for my request. All school districts in the state are required by Colorado Revised Statutes 24-72.4-101 to publish their check register in a searchable online database. Right now, Jefferson County and several cities, maybe some other counties, but several cities, including, for example, Arvada, Aurora, Centennial, Fort Collins, and Greeley, also do that. I think the citizens of Littleton deserve the same respect. Given the increasing citizen distrust of federal and state government, I believe that ensuring citizens' trust in Littleton is worth the financial cost. Therefore, I'm requesting that staff determine the cost to provide that full information for the citizens in the least expensive way possible online. I'm assuming there might be more than one way, so that's what I'm requesting, if we can do that.
Yeah, I think we discussed this conceptually a couple years ago. and I
Yeah,
think
we didn't
Mr.
talk
Farman
at
had
all
looked
about
at-
maybe looking at cost. And
Right, I think they had investigated some staff time and software programs and to
So-
publish the entire check register. I'm going to be interested, perhaps I can go online and, for example, if Arvada and Aurora publish their
and see
entire check
that.
registers.
So you could bring that
Yeah,
to
I'm
us?
going to be interested to look at that, but we'll go do the research if
Because I've gotten more citizen requests since then, and I thought, well, maybe we should get this public here.
Sure. Let's do some fact checking here and find out what it would take.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that it, Peggy?
Yeah, man, it's just busier than the devil. I can't keep track of the things that I want to say, except again, I do want to again say how touched I was by the young woman that spoke earlier. She's just an example of so many things that make me proud about Littleton. And I did get to go to the Center for the Blind fundraising event a couple weeks ago, and again, I'm just always amazed and inspired by them, but I'm inspired and amazed by citizen after citizen I meet, so I just need to say that.
Phil?
Yes, I'll keep it to narrow. With regard Stern Park, I know the question had circulated what's happening with regard the lake, and I'll refer to it as a rehabilitation. I know that it's in consideration in the city budget as well as South Suburban's budget particularly. And I know that urban drainage has been contacted, but I don't know specifically about their budget consideration for that. Second is with regard the South Metro Denver Chamber of Commerce did circulate to the council as well as some staff the real estate report for South Metro area that was part of the quarterly report. And also the Economic Development Group is meeting this Friday with a pretty full agenda for that. And also the South Metro Denver's Healthcare Task Force, I think is the name of it, met last week with pretty interesting discussion around cost of health care in Canada.
Jim?
Yes, the Littleton Housing Authority approved the remaining budgets for all the departments and appointed replacements for the Section 8 Housing Corporation Board. We were changing computer programs, and so we had a big discussion about how that conversion is going to work. The 2010 annual report is now published, so it's available. In going through the city's budget, people who know me know that acronyms really get to me pretty fast because I have to stop my line of thinking to try to think out what the acronym is standing for.
Well, as chair of Dr. Cog, you should be used to that.
Dr. Cog is going to do what I'm going to suggest the city does.
Oh.
Dr. Cog provides us with a list of acronyms every month for our meetings.
Glossary.
So we know, a glossary.
Okay.
I went through the budget. There are let me get the number correct here.
It really did.
There are 144 acronyms in the budget.
I would think by now you've been
That's gross.
Been
Well,
25 years on council.
Just be prepared that when we talk about budget, I'm going to be asking some of the department heads what some of these acronyms are.
They may not know themselves.
They may not know.
But you'll have.
But I'm going to provide you this list.
I'm going to warn them.
You better, because I'm going to ask them.
I got it.
But new city manager needs
And
that list
some of them were
too,
defined
so.
by the 144.
Okay.
But most of them were not.
All right.
And some of them are very easy to determine because we use them frequently. But Joe Blow off the street looking at our budget, and they start looking at these acronyms, has no earthly idea what they mean.
Who's the worst offender? Finance department?
I'm not going to tell you.
Okay. GOFA and all that stuff.
I'll give you this list.
Okay.
That it?
That's it. No, yeah, that's it.
Joe? Nothing. Bruce, the moment we've all been waiting for.
You got 2 minutes, Bruce.
All right.
Yep, I'm going to time you. I've got my watch.
I can do this.
Okay.
Littleton Public School Board meeting on the 1st of September. They officially canceled their November elections. Mary Nichols and Lucy Stanish had no opposition. So essentially they're going to save, what was it, $85,000, I believe. They then had reports on the District Accountability Committee, the school performance frameworks regarding achievement, growth, and growth gaps, and then the adequate yearly progress definitions status report, which is an accountability federal scores. What you'll learn from all this is that the state scoring systems don't necessarily align particularly well with the federal scoring systems, which causes problems. So lastly was some conversations about the legislative agenda and priorities for this upcoming state legislative session. The Fire Protection District Board meeting occurred on the 22nd of August. Not a ton to report out of that. Continued interest in our response to the contract proposal. And then they did discuss the fact that they're getting very close to having dispatch fully integrated with South Metro Fire District per their 20-plus year auto aid agreement. So they've taken it not just from an auto aid arrangement, but to something where the dispatchers, for example, for us, for Littleton Fire Rescue, can dispatch a South Metro unit directly as opposed to having to going to South Metro dispatch. So that's getting closer in terms of their integrated status. Lastly, the often imitated, never duplicated, always loved and hated merchant plug of the week this week goes to a fine District 2 establishment, Academy Appliance Services and Parts, located at 5687 South Forest Hill Street, 303-730-2207. These folks are factory authorized Whirlpool, KitchenAid, decor, and most makes and models as far as appliance services, service and parts are concerned. We actually used them to replace a bad motor in our refrigerator freezer, and they did an outstanding job. We're prompt, quick, and affordable. So give them a call if you have appliance repair needs. That's it.
Was that adverse performance by the motor?
The motor was performing in a less than optimal manner that was causing.
Did it glare at you? And
No, it was not coming up with enough crush. Do we really want to get into that?
No, you're at 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 34 seconds. You owe us 34
but 30
seconds.
of it was answering a question.
No, I stopped it before that. Now you owe us a minute. Jim, do you have a Dr. Cog report?
Yes, from our last Board of Directors meeting, a request was made for support for each of the entities for the application for a HUD Sustainability Communities Grant. And this will come to council at our next meeting, asking for our support for that. That's all.
Okay, I have no report tonight. Bruce?
I'd like to move that City Council convene an executive session pursuant to Colorado Revised Statutes Section 24-6-402, subsection 4, subsections E and F, to receive legal advice regarding contract negotiations, specifically regarding the fire services contract, and to consider a personnel matter subject to attorney-client privilege.
Need a second?
And I will second adding that the fire services negotiations discussion include the city attorney, the chief, as well as the city manager.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Council ready to vote?
Vote is 5 in favor, with Councilman Trujillo voting no. The motion passes.
Consistent?
You're flirting with disaster.